Viewers and friends, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the second day of our Crew Welfare Week event. Yesterday, the event concluded with the Crew Welfare Awards, and we would like to congratulate all the shortlisted nominees for their efforts and their practices, as well, of course, the winners who eventually persuaded the audience, the voting audience, and the industry panel for their efforts. Well deserved. Today, panelists and presentations from key experts will focus not only on the seafarers' health and welfare, but also on soft skills, which is another important topic that we need to address. As we are confronted with the challenges of decarbonization and digitization, we need to think today how to equip the seafarers of tomorrow with the appropriate skills to prevent a widening skills and training gap. The industry needs to move forward with confidence, and all of us need to review and consider how we may assist towards that end. They say that the key challenge of the workforce of the 21st century is to learn, unlearn, and relearn, as the challenges that they will face into their careers and career span will be enormous and varied. We have to only assume that a person who is entering, let's say, 2020 in, let's say, with their career path, most probably they will have to face something in the range of 40 to 50 years. And in that sense, no one is sure about the developments that will be applied in the marketplace and the technological advances that they will have to face as they move on with their careers. We would like to kick off this discussion and get the industry around it on trying to provide possible countermeasures or relief towards such a challenge. As said yesterday, partnerships is the key priority for shipping, with collaboration being the new fuel. We look forward to bringing all industry stakeholders together to discuss, find solutions to ongoing challenges, and possibly address these issues as we move on. It is extremely important for all stakeholders to collaborate and support our crew with more initiatives, more projects, more tools, and more best practices. To ensure a seamless transition for the maritime workforce, shipping must develop an action plan and involve various maritime stakeholders through collaboration and social dialogue. As you know, a last note, with Safety for Sea, we are running several initiatives on crew welfare, and we would like to bring to your attention, on a quick note, our Seafit survey, which is by far the largest survey on a global scale focusing on crew welfare. The results of the survey will be made available by the end of the year in Q4, and by the end of Q3 will be available online. The results will be made available in our in-person events in London, Athens, Manila, and Singapore by the end of October. So we would like to ask you to direct your crews and colleagues to the dedicated website, seafit.safetyforsea.com, to participate in the survey. It's free, and again, it's a small effort for a good cause to move the industry forward. Now, let's start by hearing what our experts have to say about the future of the maritime workforce, and let's move on with the program of the second day. Stay tuned.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for attending this panel for Safety for Sea. I am the moderator of this session, and my name is Namrata Nadkarni, and I am the founder and CEO of Intent Communications, and I have been a maritime content creator for 20 years, so I hope you're prepared for some insightful questions that our wonderful panel is going to answer. I'm just going to quickly get them to introduce themselves. So shall we start with you, John?
Hello, my name is John Lloyd. I'm Chief Executive of the Nautical Institute and looking forward to the panel. Thank you, Namrata.
Great. Rob?
Hi, everyone. My name's Rob Gale. I'm the Head of Training at the International Maritime Employers Council.
Lovely. Elio?
Hi, everyone. Elio Vicente from the International Chamber of Shipping. I'm a Senior Manager, Policy and Employment Affairs.
Wonderful. Akshat?
Hello, everyone. My name is Akshat. I'm working with the UK P&I Club based in Singapore.
Great. And last but not least, Jongcho?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jongcho Park. I'm working as a technical officer in Maritime Training Himalayan section of International Maritime Organization. Thank you.
Wonderful. So I think that we should launch straight into the first question, which is, of course, the most important. So what do you think are the key challenges for crew welfare within the maritime sector? And how can we resolve these? What would best practice look like to resolve these? Who would like to go first? Shall we start with you, John?
Yes, and just to start the ball rolling, I think we've got over 9,000 members worldwide, and we interact with a much wider community at various levels. But I think what's the key thing for seafarers? It's about treating them with respect and understanding, to realise that when they are assigned to a ship, that they want safe travel there, they want to be looked after from a well-being point of view in terms of communications with home, but also they will have joined the ship with an expectation as to when they're going to be relieved. Let's put the effort into relieving them on time. They have plans to make, just like we all do, whether it's weddings or holidays and so on. So it's just that underpinning respect that we would share with anyone else in our community, and recognise that the seafarers, just because they're on the high seas, doesn't make them any different in that regard. So effective communications, a shared understanding, and then a common respect would be the underpinning values, I think, which help us treat them well.
Fantastic. Does somebody want to add to this? Is this something you're already seeing, Elio, on board your memberships?
Yeah, and I think I'll struggle to follow the great comments from John, but I think to answer the question specifically in terms of best practice, I think just building on what John just said, it shouldn't just entail compliance with international regulations. How can we actually be looking at an evolution of that? And I think this goes to a lot of the work, Rob, that we are doing with ITF, IMEC and ICS in terms of developing a partnership where we're looking at the key elements of welfare and other issues going forward. I think I can talk about that a little bit later on as well. But essentially, seafarers are by far our most significant asset. We need to decommoditize them and nurture their careers. It's really looking at a career perspective. How can we really highlight that they are valuable to us as an industry? And I think we're going to have this, hopefully a lot of answers to this question in a Seafarer 2050 conference that we're holding together with IMEC and ITF later this month in a couple of weeks' time, or a week's time, actually.
I love that both of you have actually highlighted a very important point, which is let's treat our seafarers like human beings. Let's remind ourselves that they're not commodities or resources or machines. They're not ships. They're people. Akshat, I know that you have something to add to this. I'm going to come to you.
Yeah, I would echo the comments from the previous panelist, and I would bring into perspective the findings of the report of the Seafarers Happiness Index, the of 2023 report, which is the survey done by the Mission to Seafarers. And over there, some of the key challenges highlighted by the seafarers was the ongoing COVID pandemic. Even though the pandemic is down, but for seafarers, the restriction for shore leave, they can't go out. They are still facing the challenges. For them, it's pretty much over there. The shortage of seafarers, they are still unable to, the companies are still unable to find suitable replacement for the officers or the crew. That is one of the challenge. Rising inflation, I think we are all feeling the brunt of it, and the war in Ukraine. Soon after the COVID, now we are faced with the war in Ukraine. A lot of ships are stuck or were stuck over there. A lot of people were in those war zone areas. So overall, the happiness levels in Q1 of 2023 fell down. as compared to the Q2, Q3, and Q4 of 2022, which basically speaks about the challenges that the seafarers by themselves are facing right now.
I think it's really interesting because obviously we're talking about how the seafarers feel and whether they feel cared for. So I'm going to come to you, Rob, because obviously with the Maritime Employers Council, you could highlight some of the best practices. And you've talked about the fact that Elio mentioned that you're doing some work together. So if you had to say kind of top 2 or 3 points for you, what is best practice? What does that look like?
Well, I think Elio mentioned that in December last year, we embarked on a tripartite agreement, an MOU between IMEC, the ITF, and the ICS to essentially work on and build on the work that happened during the COVID pandemic. So essentially, all of the initiatives that we brought together to ensure that seafarers could go through quarantine protocols to get on their ships and actually effectively to get off their ships. So that was, I think, one of the most successful things that happened. And I think the MOU that we've put together essentially is looking to try and continue that cooperation as we found it so successful. From our perspective and from my perspective, being a former seafarer, I think the key thing is that their voices are heard. Seafarers' voices are actually heard. It can be at times isolating on board ships, and to feel like you're actually supported or to feel like you have a voice, I think is absolutely integral to making seafarers worldwide feel part of an identity of the bigger picture. And I think from our side at IMEC, we've done a number of things. We have an application that's being run in the Philippines now for wellness at sea. So one of that initiative in itself is talking about different practices, breathing exercises, processes that not only the cadets are doing, but actually within the academy, they've completely taken that on and allow their students 15 minutes per day in order to conduct that exercise. And we found that to be very suitable, and we hope that will improve when they go on board as well. It's little things like that.
That sounds really, yeah, it's reminding us to kind of view people as humans and give them the space to just be. I mean, Yongchul, I know that obviously the IMO is on the sharp end of a lot of seafarers in distress when we have the Seafarer Crisis Action Team, which really worked through the pandemic and also, of course, through the War in Ukraine Task Force. Could you talk about what you see as best practice and how this, how some of these challenges both were resolved and could be resolved going forward? Because we know there are still teething issues with shore leave and things.
Thank you very much for the question. It was quite interesting to listen to the general comments from other panels, but I would like to highlight two specific points from the perspective of IMO. So the first thing is the long-standing challenges are fatigue and safe manning issues. And these issues are not easy ones to address because the issues involve many other stakeholders, but IMO already established some guidelines and principles to address them, and we are ready to work further based on the proposal, if made, from member state and international organizations. And the other point that I would like to highlight is the emerging challenges, which are the bullying and harassment, including sexual assault and harassment, such in the maritime sector. So I read a study saying that over 50 of women seafarers experienced sexual assault and harassment on board, and 17% of women seafarers are currently suffering from this issue. But I think that this issue also goes to male seafarers, not only just to female seafarers. And to address this issue, IMO already prepared and approved a new training requirement to prevent and responding to bullying and harassment, including such. And this training requirement will be reviewed and considered by joint ILO-IMO tripartite working group, which will take place early next year, because apparently this issue should be addressed and tackled with joint effort and actions with ILO, with a view to ensuring a safe workplace for seafarers. Thank you.
I think you brought up a really good point. Obviously, is again this bullying, harassment. It's about work culture, isn't it? And part of work culture is knowing what good work culture looks like. So, Akshat, I think you had a point that you really wanted to raise about good work culture and best practices.
Yeah, I mean, from SPNI clubs, we provide cover for crew liabilities. So it is meaningful for us to invest in a number of initiatives and work very closely with the industry stakeholders, maritime charities, or crew health partners, So we have initiatives like pre-employment medical examinations for seafarers who are going on board the vessel. Of course, the national state would want certain level of it. From the P&I clubs, we have enhanced PMEs, which some of our members may wish to opt for it. Then we have initiatives like during the height of pandemic, the international group of P&I clubs came out with an online and interactive portal, which giving the details of each and every port in terms of the crew change. This is obviously now discontinued, but then the challenge still remains. I'll also like to highlight the biggest thing from the international group of P&I club, which is to address the MLC amendments for abandoned seafarers, where all the IGP&I clubs have taken it on them to ensure that the seafarers who have been abandoned by their employers are being protected. They are being paid the unpaid wages up to 4 months and being repatriated, taken care of in terms of food and medicines, any sort of care that they require. So these are some of the things that international group of P&I clubs have been doing in terms of being collectively stronger.
That's great. And I think, again, we have a really good overview of what best practice now looks like. It involves making time for seafarers as individuals, making sure that your company work culture looks at people as individuals, has systems of support, works with their duty of care. We've talked about resources that people have, but this is quite a grand undertaking. I do want to come back to the digital aspect of this, because obviously that's something I really want to dive into. We've had long debates about this, but before we go there, perhaps we could talk about the scale of this undertaking, because obviously this is only going to really work if we collaborate. And I'm glad that we've already seen examples of collaboration on this call, with people talking about working with the IMO, with the ICS, with the ILO, ITF, etc. And I know that the Nautical Institute is also doing lots of collaborative effort. Can you talk to me about the best ways to get this collaborative initiative? Do you think the industry is ready for it and is kind of really working together, or do you still think we're working in silos with everybody wanting to only do their particular specialism?
Well, yeah, indeed. So I think we're getting better at working together. I think there was a lot of what we might call firefighting going on during COVID, where people were having to really work terribly hard to find any answer they could to recreation, crew welfare, and all the rest of it, in some very, very difficult circumstances. After all, the airlines did not manage to sustain a service in the same way as the civil maritime sector did. So, great kudos to the people who kept the supplies going. But I think there's a really important message around collaboration for a couple of reasons, and one of which is the consistency of the message. We work together through the IMO, but we also work together as professional bodies, and I don't just mean the professional bodies like the Nautical Institute. I mean IMEC, the International Chamber of Shipping, the P&I clubs. We have a shared message of support for our maritime community. We'll also be in Manila at the meeting early next month, and I think it's important not to underestimate the links between professionalism, supporting seafarers, which is a core skill and a management leadership factor, but also the wider welfare issues of understanding what your crew need on a day-to-day basis. And that's where senior officers, even junior officers, and everybody on board the ship has got a role to play in that. So we're working with
mentoring, or just culture, or both?
Well, I think it's culture, but culture comes from all parts of the organisation. You can't have a subversive, corrosive element of toxic behaviour and expect people to behave well more widely. So yes, everybody's got a responsibility to act well at an individual level, but that underpins good corporate behaviour as well. So yeah, clear links between welfare and our seafarers' safety, and let others chip into the same line of.
Yeah. If I can just build on the collaboration part, Namrata, is that all right?
Please.
Yeah, I think the word, I remember I was at an IMEC conference quite recently, and I said I hate the word partnership, and everyone was like, "What?" And I obviously qualified that with I hate the word partnership when it actually leads to nothing, but it's a nice press release somewhere. what we want is really practical partnerships that will achieve practical things. And this brings me back to the cooperation that we've had with IMEC and with ITF, which is really leading to tangible results. And I can give you one example in the Philippines, where you'll recall that about 50,000 seafarers were at stake of losing their livelihoods. Yes. And being unable to work on board EU flagged ships. And the Philippine president took leadership. He heard us. He flew to Brussels and met with us, with our shipping delegation. And off the back of that, we established the International Advisory Committee on Global Maritime Affairs, and we really worked together to overcome some of the barriers that those Filipino seafarers, through no fault of their own, were facing. So I think we can look back at that and say that is actually what partnerships are supposed to be like. And there are other areas, right, Rob, like ambulance chasing and things like that in the Philippines that we continue to be concerned about and working with authorities to make sure we achieve that.
I think that's great. Like the talk of not just a press release, but practical action, a practical partnership. Rob, could I call upon you to kind of add to that? Because I know that you have some thoughts.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with what everyone has said. And Elio mentioned not only the recent difficulties in the Philippines with SCCW and the audits that came through from EMSA and the work that we've been doing to try and raise the visibility of that and provide actual physical action. I think that's a really important point that Elio mentioned. It's very easy in this world we live in at the moment in social media to put out a press release showing that you care, but actually what IMEC is interested in is tangible results that actually have an impact. And that doesn't have to always be something large scale. It can actually be, the building blocks or steps towards something, as Elio mentioned, through our partnership. And one of the things that John Schulb mentioned earlier that I'd like to raise is diversity. And we're currently working on developing a diversity and inclusivity strategy within IMEC. And one of the small steps that we've made recently is, given that we have a number of female seafarers on our cadet training program, one small step that the deputy head of training, Chloe, in our organization created with an assistant over in the Philippines was a Facebook Messenger group that is controlled and confidential, where any of those cadets or seafarers can have a very honest discussion about conditions and treatment on board. And that really makes a difference, as we found, in ensuring that people have their voice. And actually the link between the organizations that are sitting at home all comfortable and perhaps people at sea that are struggling and might need support. And we found that to be really successful.
I think Elio, the point that you raised about PR versus practical and kind of the outputs that you've just outlined, Rob, is that when you're thinking about PR, and I can say this because I work in PR, is obviously you want your name attached to it. It's all about what you're doing, and it's not about the final impact necessarily. You can get caught in that. Whereas in reality, the reason we're doing all of this is seafarers. It's the human beings. It's the people that are on board our ship, all genders, who are making their way through as a community. And the disconnect between sea and being on board a ship and being on shore, where, as you pointed out, you're safe, you're cozy, that can be a real problem. But obviously we've got digitalization, which is supposed to be the bridge. And I'm really curious as to whether people are seeing this as something that's positive or negative. Do we think actually it's letting in too much of the show on board ships and kind of disenfranchising our seafarers or giving them cause for concern? Or do we actually see it as empowering them, or perhaps both? Who wants to go next? Rob, and then Akshat.
Yeah, I mean, digitalization and future technologies, as most people probably know about me, is something that I've been passionate about for a number of years now. And I think it's got the potential to be harmful, but also a massive benefit. And I think from my side, one of the things that I've always promoted with digitalization and future technologies is the ability for that to remove potentially dull, dangerous or dirty jobs on board ships, where actually seafarers are then given the opportunity to use their skill set and what they've been trained on for so many years to become effective in doing their critical thinking roles, rather than having to focus on, let's say, paper administration that I know the IMO are working really hard to digitize, so that many hours preparing paperwork which can be created through a single window really resolves a huge amount of time, which can lead to fatigue and therefore errors in more complex matters like navigation, for example, or something engineering maintenance. So I think digitization, it can be a really good thing, but arguably as well, you know, with the advent of further internet and better social media abilities on board, there's a potential for there to be an over-reliance on digitization or future technologies. And we have to remember the traditional skills in which seafarers have been taught, just in case something was to go wrong. There's that over-reliance is a big piece for people to be concerned with, and I completely understand that. So positive and also caution is kind of my word that I would like to say.
I mean, fair enough. You know, Akshat, do you have something you want to add to this?
I completely agree with Rob. There are pros and cons. Internet in this era, you can't just constrain the crew member from getting in touch with their family. So digitalization and connectivity goes hand in hand, and this is a basic necessity right now. But then it needs to be managed well. I mean, if the crew member, after finishing their 6 hour of shift, and talking another 3-4 hours with his family, then basically he's not managing the time well, and then eventually when he will be back on his job, he'll be fatigued. So things like these needs to be managed. Information that comes across needs to be checked as well. I mean, there's a lot of fake news or something that probably might not be true, and that could lead to things which
it could impact their mental health if they're really stressed about their families on land or their loved ones. Yeah,
exactly. And then the other thing is, one thing that I wanted to add is technology is also enabling e-learning. So a lot of training for those the crew members who had to spend their leave period going and attending some training courses. These can very well be attended through e-learning platforms or remote training platforms, which is saving a lot of time for them to travel here and there from their towns to a big city. So it is good, but it comes with its own set of challenges which needs to be managed.
Lovely. John, can I call upon you to talk a little bit about this e-learning piece and the impact that this is having? Because I know you're quite active in this.
Yeah, I think there's just a couple of points to build on what was previously said. I think the digital bit is absolutely essential. It's not that the genie's out of the bottle. It's a complete change in how the world has gone about its communication business and its interaction, and that's not just at sea. So I think, you know, there's a couple of things that go with that sort of time management and so on, which includes, you know, people in the office understanding what time zone is the ship in and what is a realistic expectation in terms of response. So there's a little bit of maturing in terms of understanding both on ship and on shore. The communication to family and friends is absolutely essential, and it would not be right to limit that. But at the same time, we need to create some space for personal interactions on board the ship as well. It is a community that functions better together, in my view. But going back to the training, absolutely, there is now much more flexibility and learning opportunities. People can learn in shorter chunks at a time that suits them. I think it also enables them to refresh knowledge in a way that's very important. From our own point of view, we like to share some hard copy media as well, because we think if you're sitting down around a table and discussing things, sometimes that's easier with a magazine than a screen. But I think the amount of information,
people absorb information differently.
They do, and I think, you know, sharing ideas. I don't think learning should just be a one-man hobby. I think it is about interaction with other people and talking and sharing ideas and testing that thinking with other people. So the library of knowledge is brilliant. Let's use it, but let's use it effectively and make sure that we're allowing the learners to learn together, not just on their own.
Lovely. Jongcho, can I call upon you to add to this? Because obviously the IMO, and we mentioned FAL and the maritime single window digitalization, this is going to be a real game changer. But I don't know if you have other points that you want to add in terms of digitalization.
Yeah, thank you very for the question. Firstly, I fully agree with the comments from Rob about the messengers between the Paredes and Assessor, because I attended IMEC conference in
Sorry, could you speak up a little bit? I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, lovely.
Yeah, sorry, but yeah. Firstly, I fully agree with the comments from Rob about the communication through messenger and etc. through the cadet and the seafarers, because I attended the IMEC conference in April, and I heard a direct voice from the seafarers. And if I may, I can introduce some results of survey that the IMO conducted in the occasion of the campaign for the Day of Seafarers in 2021. And one of the questions for the survey was, how do you feel about autonomous shipping? And the majority of the seafarers answered that they felt worried. And one of the other questions was, what does excite you about the future in seafaring? And the majority answered that it was a use of new technology. So it seems a bit controversial. So it seems the seafarers have different feeling about digitalization and autonomous shipping. It seems that they feel excited in using digitalized technology to some extent, but when it comes to mass or autonomous ship, they seem to feel a bit uncomfortable. So,
I mean, understandably, because obviously I'm looking at it as a replacement rather than as a supplement, because tech can be used to either help you in your job or it can be the new you.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that is what I want to point out.
Yep, I think that's a solid point when you're thinking about digitalization, how seafarers are going to embrace this. And I think another point also, and I've seen this raised before, is people worried that the ship itself, I mean, I'm going to use autonomy in a very different light, but the captain, the crew usually goes, right, we're going to make the decisions for us and we know where we are. And there has been sometimes a concern that if the shore has too much input, if they can see the same data and if they can tell the ship what to do, it might be a commercial concern that overrides a safety concern that kind of comes in. Obviously, good ship owners make sure that this is balanced and that you really use the expertise of your crew, because that's why you've hired them. But Elio, could I actually just pull you into this, because obviously ICS, and then Rob, I know you've got something to add about e-learning, but Elio first.
Yeah, I think on the digitalization issue, we canvassed company members of the ICS global network back in 2019, and I can tell you that our findings were very much towards a positive outlook with respect to connectivity on board, let alone to remain in touch with family members and with loved ones. But that does need to be carefully managed, as Namrata mentioned herself. If you get bad news, to what extent are you able to address those? But that also leads to the support system that the company has in place. And many of our companies already have support systems in the countries, whether it's through the crewing agent or something like that, to be able to support the families as well, to the extent that is possible. To the point about autonomous shipping versus digital, I'm always very cautious when I talk about this, and it's for the very reason that Jongchul had mentioned just now, because I'm not entirely convinced that this is ship owner led. There are other forces. We are very practical, and Rob no doubt will agree to this. We are very practical that we still need seafarers. Today, we're crying about shortage on the one hand, and on the other, we're talking about ships with nobody in them. So we need to be careful with the messaging that we send on that.
Absolutely. Rob, could I come to you about the e-learning, and then Akshat, I'm going to call on you about Elio's point about it not being seafarer led and talk about safety. Rob?
Yeah, thanks, Namrata. The only thing I wanted to add quickly about e-learning was that, we see that within IMO regulations, there's model courses, and most of those, even at MSc recently at 107, the need of that to be classroom-led. What we find within IMEC, and the differentiation between e-learning is very key, is that that doesn't stop responsible ship owners and operators from providing value-added courses for their seafarers. And that's a really, really important point. IMEC has over 260 responsible ship owners and operators. And what we find from them is that the workforce that they have under their books and are working on their ships are being upskilled through e-learning, products and e-learning processes and procedures, which is not part of the regulatory mandatory courses that you have to have. And we feel that adds such a huge benefit to the seafarer. So that was really all I wanted to mention on that side. And Elio, as you said, really important that we highlight and we stress that perhaps many years ago people talked about the replacement of seafarers with technology. That's absolutely not the case. In fact, the labour shortage is growing, and what we need to highlight, as you said, Namrata, that this is to complement seafarers on board ships, not actually to replace them. I'm really strong in that message. Thank you.
Oh no, that's great. Akshat, could we talk about obviously from a safety viewpoint, and I think we should just dive into the automation question, because it's one that I know our listeners are really going to want to get into. So how do you think that we could balance the investment in automation and, you know, kind of taking away the administrative burden from our seafarers, which of course brings us closer and closer to true autonomy at some stage, with proper investment in crew welfare? Because obviously, if you've got a single pot of money, how do you spend it? What would you see as your priorities?
I think as we are, they are different. Obviously, there are different levels of autonomy, and as the digitalization will take more of its hold, the manning levels will gradually reduce. But then at the same time, I believe there will be other opportunities created on shore for those people who are looking after those roles, which could be relating to emergency preparedness or handling customer or clientele facing roles. So there will be different sort of roles that will be created. Now, what is required is to create a smooth phase in and out of those things. I mean, if we are just bringing in digitalization and we are not creating a proper channel for the seafarers to find alternate jobs on shore, then it is basically not creating. In fact, I also see an opportunity in this, that if there are alternative carrier routes out of this, perhaps the youngsters or the youth will be more driven towards it, and the talk that is going on about the shortage of seafarers will not be there that much. So I'm positively optimistic towards this front, and yeah, but it requires a collaboration, and collaboration is the key that industry needs to prepare itself for creating alternative routes for the seafarers.
Elio, could I actually call on you, because I know that the ICS is part of the Maritime Just Transition Task Force, and I think that you're dealing with a lot of this, aren't you?
Yes, exactly. I think there is an element, and this goes back again to the seafarer being the priority. And a lot of what we're talking about, ultimately, there is one very good, it's not the only one, it needs to be complemented by other indicators, but I think our ability to recruit and retain our workforce is a key indicator to where we as an industry might be headed, or things that we might need to be doing in order to adjust. And this brings me to sort of the work that the Maritime Just Transition Task Force is doing. So we've joined forces with the International Maritime Organization, with the International Labour Organization, ICS on the employer side. Our friends in IMEC are increasingly more active in this as well. And obviously UN Global Compact is part of the task force as well. And one thing that we're looking at as we move into phase 2 of this project is recruitment and retention. So when we talk about seafarers and we mentioned having their voices heard, yep, there's always a little caveat: heard by whom? Who's posing those questions? And actually that creates a lot of issues, because if it's the ship owners providing a survey, the seafarers will always be, you know, they'll take it with a pinch of salt, and the other way around.
They have to be cautious. You're their employers.
Yes, but with the Just Transition Maritime Task Force, we're trying to bring all these players together to really meaningfully come up with those particular important questions that will give us the answers that we need in order to really address recruitment and retention. And I can talk a little bit later on about what that work entails.
That's great. John, I know you've got something to add, and then Jongchul, I'm going to come to you.
I just wanted to reflect positively on Captain Akshat's message about the impact of technology and the really positive message that can send to the next generation of aspiring mariners, and that there is a time of change, but it's also a great time of great opportunity. And I think that does link to the just transition, and we need to make sure that's not just vocabulary. And I think, it isn't just a jingoism. It is about
it's not a press release, it's a practical action.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And I think, the sort of good people who come and listen to messages like this are already on side. What I'd like us to do also is to think more widely about how we can bring into the tent those people who are not naturally drawn to just transition with the same level of commitment. And I think we've got an obligation there at different levels. Part of it is employers, and some of them are doing it really well. But we've also got an industry responsibility, a liability to try and squeeze out those people who do not want to play by the right rules. We did it with ships of shame generations ago. It's time to do it with people who are not employing people who don't value the just transition message, people who don't live by those things, and making sure that we are, through charterers, through insurance, through whatever port state control, whatever it is that we can do, we can raise the bar of consistency to the global maritime workforce. Hurrah.
I mean, hurrah. I'm just like, I'm all for the maritime utopia. Let's come to the IMO. Yongcho, sorry to throw you in it now.
No, thank you very much for the question. For this question, in my personal view as a former seafarer, the seafarers' welfare is an issue about the dignity of seafarers, which should be ensured, secured, and guaranteed during serving at sea. So this issue of dignity should not be negotiable. As you might be aware, IMO established 4 degrees of autonomous level, but in any case, if a ship has seafarers on board, then the priority should be given to the welfare of seafarers when considering balanced investment in automation and digitalization. And I understand that the automation of ship operation is a huge stream in modern shipping, and the investment can be made depending on the decision of each administration and the industry. But regardless of the level of investment in automation of ships, what it goes without saying is that the level of seafarers' welfare should not be jeopardized. Thank you.
I think that's really interesting, the point that you bring up, because you're not looking at it as a single pot for everything, which is kind of how I phrased the question, so good catch. What you're talking about is, once you've taken care of your seafarers, then where should you invest in what kind of improvements to automation or something else? Is that how you see it?
Yeah, that's my personal view.
No, great. Rob, I know that you had a point that you wanted to make.
Yeah, I think they're both intrinsically linked. I think investment in automation and perhaps, if I could be critical, perhaps manufacturers, when the message of automation came through, it was perceived to be a replacement, as we talked about earlier. But actually, the investment in digitalization and automation through things that we're seeing now going through the regulatory behaviors at the IMO is things like S100 through ECDIS, which in theory is going to really make a great impact on supporting seafarers and understanding the deck officers' use of navigation equipment in far greater depth to support their work. But if we, further investment in automation might actually create new industries where, like we talked about, improve well-being for seafarers that, let's say, as an example, might not want to work at sea for the rest of their life, but see a job ashore where perhaps they might work in a remote operation center. It's not the replacement completely. It's actually the creation of new identities and a new world for seafarers. And I think that's the really encouraging thing to tell seafarers now. Another thing I wanted to add is that in the Philippines, in our cadet training program at the Maritime Academy of Asia and Pacific, they're already doing seminars, which is outside of the course curriculum, which talks about future technologies and automation. It's things like this where the education and the understanding amongst industry and seafarers and the future seafarers is critical. That then removes that fear and that layer of fear. And the last thing I wanted to mention was, and it's really nice to hear a lot of people talk about the conference that we had in April, is that we had a panel talking about seafarers and asking what their views are on digitalization and future technologies. And their answer was, we're ready for it. We've had to deal with so many different things in the past. We have no fear, bring it on. And I absolutely love that message.
Right, I just wanted to point out, I remember a point that I wanted to make, which is we talk about kind of basic training as a solution to many things, but of course, training, a mandatory training, is just a benchmark. It's just a baseline from which good operators are going to do more to make sure that their specific operating environment caters to the needs of their seafarers. So whether it means training them for the kind of bunkering you're going to do, or training them for the kind of equipment you have specifically on board your ship. So I think, Rob, you'd made a point earlier about, this kind of training, you have seen a lot of your members go far beyond. And I think there's this view of we can do more. And I think this links quite nicely to the next question I want to bring, which is, of course, we're going to have to do more. We kind of have no choice, because we know that we have targets for decarbonisation. We're looking at, aligning with the 1.5 degree Paris Climate Accords and the target that we're working towards. Shipping is going to have to be decarbonised. And how we're going to get there is quite a bit of a minefield, because we're looking at multiple fuels, we're looking at different technologies, we're looking at offsetting, we're looking at carbon capture. This is going to create, I think, a real demand for skilled seafarers who really know their stuff. And this kind of comes back to Elio, to you, when you were talking about shortages, and you said, like, we already have labour shortages. As we get more fragmented, do you think that we're going to end up fighting over a small set of really skilled seafarers, or do you think the industry is actually working to make sure that we have enough people with the right skills? Elio?
Oh, that was for me. Sorry.
Yep.
Apologies. I absolutely. I think the way you framed that is absolutely spot on. I think the first point to make is, and this is a really crucial one, is that with the requirements, if we get our crystal ball, what's happening in 2050, the industry will fundamentally change, and with it are risks and huge opportunities as well. So we need to balance those, and this goes sort of to the point that I was making about the Just Transition Maritime Task Force and the work that we're doing. So in our first phase, and John will know this well because I did this at his meeting last time, we really contextualized the number of seafarers that will require training and what type of training by 2050, leading up to 2050. In the second phase, we're looking at 2 action groups that have already been developed. The first one is for recruitment and retention. We need to do a root cause analysis to really understand why seafarers are leaving the industry, who we are competing with, and so on. The second one is a compendium of best practice, the second pillar, if you like, highlighting some of the best practices when it comes to working and living conditions, seafarer contracts. Can we be a little bit more creative about those? So being really practical and ending up with something with a well-intended ship owner can use to really progress things. And then in terms of a third pillar, we're looking at all these different initiatives. How can we get them to communicate with each other? So those are the 3 really practical, tangible things we think we can achieve as far as recruitment and retention. And we've got other complementary ideas to what's happening in IMO in terms of the training, be that the development of a decarbonization related training framework and other things to complement that.
Great. And Akshat, can I call upon you? Because obviously, from an insurance viewpoint, being concerned about the seafarer skills would be, I assume, quite a big risk. Can you talk about whether you feel comfortable with what the steps industry is taking so far? Do we need to be doing more? What do you see?
The decarbonization, similar to digitalization, is one of the hot topics. And I think decarbonization is going to stay there for at least next decade or so.
Until 2050 at least.
Yeah. We are in the transition phase. It is the fourth wave of energy transition, and the way the things are coming down to, I see there's not going to be one fuel. There's going to be different fuels. The crew would need to be trained on different fuels, different technology, as each and every fuel brings along with it different set of challenges, different risks, different machinery, different component altogether, different engines. So I think there will be different segments of officers being trained, similar to aviation, a pilot being trained in Airbus or Boeing, different training module. It will be similar to that going forward. A particular set of officer or engineer being trained in, for example, ammonia, the ammonia fuel, the other one would be on LNG or different type of technologies. So there will be different segments. But I would also like to take this opportunity to highlight the outcome of a recent study from DNV, which actually mentions that around 800,000 seafarers will require additional training by mid-2030 to handle the fuels technology and the ships of future. So that is the enormous amount, and 2030 is not that far away. So yeah, it is an enormous challenge to handle. And I feel, again, together as a maritime industry as a whole, we should be able to achieve that.
Rob, I can see that you've got a point you'd like to make.
Yeah, all I just wanted to add is this not the most perfect advertisement for people now at schools, in colleges, to consider a life at sea and a career at sea? We have this challenge that the whole world is aware of with emissions and decarbonisation, and so many new technologies in order to approach a way to deal with this. There aren't many industries at the moment that are tackling this on such a broad scale, and for any engineers out there or deck officers, the opportunity now is so great to really have an opportunity to make your mark in one of the largest, if not the largest sector in transport. And as you mentioned, LNG, energy, lithium batteries, fuel cells, hydrogen, ammonia, ethanol,
carbon capture, all of it.
Absolutely. What a great time to learn and be upskilled and be a highly trained professional at sea. One of the things that Elio mentioned is the labour shortages. Within IMEC, we've now started 2 new cadet training programs, one in India and one in South Africa. We're well aware that this shortage exists and we need to help support that. And so we're certainly doing that. And we really hope that the message that goes out to seafarers is a positive one. It's a great time now to start a career in maritime. So I'll just leave it with that.
I think it's an interesting point, because not only is it a great time for people to come to sea, but we've also got to remember we have to make it attractive, because we're competing with land industries, which are also forced to decarbonize. We've historically, and I used to be the editor for Marine Engineers Review, so I remember how many times we talked about a lack of talent in STEM, because people are being pulled away to other industries with faster progression. STEM is harder, and you've got to get a lot of qualifications, so it's a longer leeway. So we have to get our message out there. If we want the best and the brightest minds, we need to be inclusive, we need to be welcoming to people of all genders to make it easy for them to work with us. Because somebody talked to me about what we could be doing to make sure that we are still attractive and we're really punching above our weight. Elio, I think you put your hand up.
Yeah, I think if I could just go back ever so briefly, just to the point Rob's made. He mentioned India, which you'd associate with seafarers, but he also mentioned South Africa. And I think this is indicative of where ship owners are headed in terms of after the pandemic. The pandemic did a lot of things to a lot of people. And I think one of the things that ship owners really learned is we need a diverse pool. Diversify the pool and look at countries like South Africa, provided that the conditions are in place, are favorable to the training of cadets. So this really speaks to the direction of travel and where we're trying to go. And Namrata, you mentioned STEM, and here I wanted to highlight just one thing. We're talking about just transition, for example, but if you look when it comes to STEM related issues, probably the West is in a much better position than the rest of the world, right? I come
from India, where everyone I know is an engineer or a doctor, so a little bit.
Yes, but I think the rest of the world, I come from Africa, and the reality is very different. So yes. I think it depends on where in the world you're looking at, and unless we're looking at these issues quite strategically, there is that danger that some parts of the world get left behind and others don't. And that's a more general comment about all seafarers from all parts of the world. They need to be able to keep up, be empowered to keep up.
Yeah, that is, I think, a really solid point. And it brings me quite nicely to where I'd like to take our panel towards the end of this conversation, which is for any of the seafarers in our audience. Do we have a message for them? Because obviously we know we've just finished the International Day of Women in Maritime. So women power and people non-binary and other genders. Thank you for being part of this industry. But do we have any messages for our seafarers on June 25th, which is the International Day of Seafarers? I want to go around the panel and say, if you were to talk directly to our seafarers, what would you want them to know? And I'm going to start with you, John, because you're top in my panel.
No, thanks, Namrata. I think my message would be in a couple of different dimensions. The first of which, as we've heard already during the panel session, the industry is going through a period of technological change, and we're also being driven by other changes in the wider community, climate change, and so on, decarbonisation agenda. But underpinning what merchant ships do, trade is not going to diminish. Trade is going to continue to grow. There are huge opportunities out there, and do not be intimidated by the idea that every ship's going to be operated remotely. Only people living on planet Zog believe that. We are many, many years away from that. Your contribution is hugely important. Stay positive, the opportunities are there. But also, I just want to link this to a message to employers as well. You have a commitment. You should have a commitment. Look to the future and train the next people and the next generation of maritime leaders. That's really important. Invest with commitment. And if you'll permit me going full circle, treat your people with respect. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, John. Akshat.
Yeah, I would, my message to seafarers as well as to all the maritime stakeholders would be to showcase the work done by the seafarers. It needs to be highlighted. The shipping should not be only in the media when something happens. It needs to be there with the positive limelight as well. And the success stories, as many success stories are there, they need to be published to show the potential of shipping, how the shipping is driving goods, global trade, and how it is driving towards the sustainability. So all that needs to be published, all the positive stories, success stories, that needs to be out as much as we can.
You're talking about visibility. We need to make sure that our industry is visible. And if I can just link your comment to what John said, we need to make it visible as an attractive industry to be part of. And we need to also make it visible that the employers are committed to making this an attractive industry to work in, which brings me quite nicely to you, Rob. What is our message to seafarers?
Well, as a former seafarer and now sitting on the other side of the fence in an office, my kind of remark is essentially, we see you, seafarers, we hear you, and within IMEC, as Elio has mentioned, and I've mentioned through the initiatives that we have, we're doing our absolute best to ensure that we provide you with the best industry out there and the best opportunities to grow yourself and also, grow each other on this journey. Safety is always paramount at sea. And through all of the work that not only we're doing, but a lot of the panelists that are here today, we're trying to ensure that the world at sea is the safest can possibly be. And so, my message is that we're here for you and we're here to support you. You guys and women are the people that help this world go by. It's the most important trade, it's the most important industry, and without you none of this happens. So we'll continue working on your behalf to support you. We're all listening and we're all hearing, and essentially that's really the cut and dry of it for me.
Elio, I'm sorry you have to follow that, but it is your turn.
I'll do my best. I think one thing which is important to point out, in August this year, it will be the 10-year anniversary of the coming into effect of the MLC. So this really is a momentous year, and we need to reaffirm our commitment as ship owners, as employer representatives, that seafarers are by far the biggest asset that this industry has. Besides that, they're human beings. So when we talk about things like abandonment has no place in this industry. Zero. We need to give abandonment the red card. And we went in Geneva last year and we addressed that head on with the frameworks for standard operating procedures. We should not be scared of tackling these issues because it's a small number of actors that are tainting a wider pool. So we need to be much more proactive in looking after your interests as seafarers to make sure that you continue to look at this industry as one that provides hope, prosperity, and everything else in between. And if you're looking at potentially joining shipping, there's a lot of things you can do. If being on board is not your cup of tea, you can go into finance. There really is. You can be an architect. I was on board a ship for a week last week, and I came back with a little figure of a ship. And my son now wants to be a ship engineer, and my daughter wants to be a naval architect. I'm not lying. So
Next
it's little
generation
things
sorted.
like that. Yeah. So let's see.
That's great. And I think you're right. Like, we often just think of seafaring as you go from seafaring and you go to shore and you work in the office helping seafarers. But actually, you could go into finance, you could go into law, naval architecture. I mean, you could go into ship marketing because you know how to talk about ships and you know how to make that connection. But of course, let's not move ahead without giving Jongchul a chance to talk about your views and your message from the IMO to our seafarers who are listening in today.
Thank you, Namrata. I don't have message to seafarers, but I have message to other maritime stakeholder, including IMO. So we are talking about seafarers welfare issue now, but when I saw a list of speakers for this event, I couldn't find many seafarers currently on board serving at sea. So, but we are trying to find and identify challenges and problems regarding the seafarers' welfare, and to find a way to address them with limited voice of seafarers. So I believe that we, including IMO, need to underline the importance of the voice from seafarers and to promote any effort to listen to them in addressing the welfare issue. And one other minor advertisement for seafarers. Some of you might be aware the IMO World Maritime theme for 2023 is 50 years of MAPO, our commitment continues. And this year we highlight seafarers' contribution to the protection of marine environment. So as part of this campaign, we invited seafarers to share a picture of the marine environment surrounding them while at sea, highlighting that the marine environment is worth protecting, using the hashtag oceans worth protecting. And detailed information can be found in our website. Thank you.
Wonderful. Just to kind of let everybody know, this is, of course, the industry panel, which is why everybody on this panel is from industry. I know that Safety for Sea has other panels, and they have seafarers on those panels. So it was just making sure we didn't have 15 people on a panel and then everyone got to say one thing. Hopefully this gives us a bit more food for thought. And of course, seafarers, if you want your points to be known and you want your voice to be heard, literally everybody on this panel has said, we need to hear from you. So reach out to all of our speakers, make your points heard, and they're all on social media. So I can say just tweet them or LinkedIn them, and I'm sure you can get that. But this brings our panel quite nicely to close. I just want to thank all of my speakers. Thank you for making the time to be here. To the audience, thank you for making the time to go on this journey with us. As we can see, shipping is really changing, but we have highlighted time and again that there is still quite a vital role that the human element will play in this. And I love using the word human element, not to mean incidents and accidents, but to talk about the good that we're bringing to the industry, because I'm really passionate about using it like that. Humans are great, happen to be one. So I think that we really need to remember that this is an attractive industry and that they are the majority of people committed to making sure that this is a welcoming industry. There are, of course, a few bad apples. We are talking about bad employers. We're talking about people who don't follow regulations. And we have all said that, like, very much enthusiastically on this panel, that we want to get rid of them because they're bad apples. They're an infection for our industry. And getting rid of them will help us stay healthy. So I love the commitment from the industry to the people, to our seafarers, and long may it continue. So thank you to everybody for being here, and thank you to Safety for the Sea for inviting us all on this panel today. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, good morning, good day, wherever you are. Thank you so much for tuning in to this next panel in Safety for Sea's wonderful lineup. This panel will be talking about seafarer health. And thank you so much to Safety for Sea for asking me to moderate this. My name is Yves van den Borren. I am the head of loss prevention for Asia Pacific at the North Standard Club. And when I was asked to talk about seafarer health, I was wondering, what can we talk about? This is really a topic that is incredibly large, and we could talk for hours and hours. Plus, there are plenty of other panels that have been lined up in this period that are talking about specific aspects of well-being. So I was thinking on a couple items that I wanted to focus on together with this great panel that has been put together. And I'm thinking on the recent pandemic that we have come out, and the good things or the lessons learned that we can take from it. And to every bad thing, there's always a silver lining. So I think in general, what we know is that there is now a proper focus on mental well-being for seafarers, and that's something that is really good. We can see that a lot of companies around the world are changing their procedures, their processes. They are focusing a lot more on the well-being of their seafarers. But I think there is still some way to go. We are not yet there. There's a lot of talk, but maybe not yet enough actions. And if I look at the various reports that the charities are putting out, and I always enjoy reading those. If we look at what each one put out on social interaction matters, the importance of being social on board. If we look at the Seafarer Happiness Index that the Mission to Seafarers put out, we can see that there are issues still that are being reported by the seafarers in that happiness index. We can similarly see for example, Stella Maris that recently released their Life at Sea report, which actually just dropped in this morning in my mailbox, and where they are talking on the Ukraine and how that has affected seafarers. And then, of course, there is Sailor Society, and we have Johan Smith here on the panel as well, who have done a lot on the well-being, but who are similarly also continuing to raise the awareness on the importance of it. And I'll look forward to talk about that more with Johan. But of course, it's not just me and Johan here. We have a whole panel of experts here together for you. First of all, we have Marinos Kokinis, who is Managing Director at One Care Solutions and One Learn Global. We have Dr. Christian Lubaton with us, or Dr. Didoy, who is the Medical Director at the Nordic Medical Clinic in Manila. We have George Pitaulis here, who is the Head of Marine Personnel at Nakilat. And we have Ronald Spithout, who is the Managing Director at One Health by Vikan. So thank you so much all for joining this panel. And if I can start with maybe Marinos, if you could give us a short introduction on your company, your role, but also what for you is the key priority when it comes to seafarer health.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Reeves, and thank you all for allowing to attend this panel, Safety for Sea. It's a real honor. So my name is Marinos Kokinis. I'm the Managing Director of One Care Solutions and One Learn. Our organization supports two human capital dimensions. We're looking after the health and learning, which have a considerable impact on individual well-being. Specifically, if we look at One Care provides a holistic offering around the health and well-being of seafarers, including 24/7 telemedicine and mental health support in 37 languages. We also provide nutrition consultancy, public health support, and a comprehensive medical case management. Our services are offered through a digital ecosystem, which connects the vessels and the seafarers with our team of specialists, and is coupled with a robust training program covering several aspects of mental health and healthy living. If you allow me, I would like to highlight, let's say, our key priority here, which is to provide access to the seafarers to, let's say, this number of health and well-being specialists that I mentioned above, and to allow what I would call health equity and improve health outcomes through a disease prevention approach, and generally a proactive, let's say, approach in all we do. Thank you, Captain Ives.
Thank you, Marinos. Dr. Didoy, can I come to you next? Similarly, a short brief on your company and the key priorities.
Thank you, Captain Eve. Hi, everybody. Good evening from Manila, Philippines. And happy, a pleasure, and a privilege to be one with you, all of you, a global network that we have here. And Nordic Medical Clinic is a holistic maritime clinic based in Manila and now in Cebu, the Philippines. We take care of Filipino seafarers with a holistic approach. And primarily, our core service is pre-employment medical examinations. And we cater to a lot of customers. Last year, we were able to reach about 10,000 seafarers where we cared for pre-employment. But we also have been doing whatever it needs, whatever our customer needs, from COVID testing to whatever drug testing, and even telemedicine and medical health support. We have been able to successfully bring down medical repatriation rates for our customers, and the seafarer satisfaction and long-term health for our seafarers have also been achieved, at least in the last 5 years that we've been doing our services. And we're on the lookout for more, creating our own research within the year, adding to the good information about the health of Filipino seafarers, and looking forward to have this discussion with all of you, a meaningful and fruitful one. Thank you, Capt.
Thank you, Doctor. George, can I come to you next? Same question.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is George Pitaulis. I'm working for Nautical. I'm in charge of the Marine Personnel Department. We are the largest LNG owner in the world. And my team and myself, we are dedicated into looking after our people on board. I would say either on board or ashore, for that matter. Because whether we like it or not, the people who are working on our vessels are the ones who are making the money for everyone. So it is in our best interest to look after them. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Johan, can I come to you next?
Good afternoon, Captain Eves, and thank you for the opportunity to be part of this wonderful panel this afternoon. I'm from Sailor Society, and I am the head of wellness at Sailor Society. I've been with Sailor Society for give or take 15 years now. If I talk a bit about Sailor Society, we've been around for just over 200 years, looking after the well-being of seafarers and their families while at sea, but also in port and at home. I think in terms of our priorities at this stage, it is centered around 3 different things. Firstly, general well-being. It is about creating an ecosystem of proactive solutions that assist seafarers to be the best that they can be. Second to that, we also have a reactive part, our crisis response networks, able to assist across the globe in traumatic events. And then we've also got a special focus on cadets, feeling that if we prepare cadets in the right way, we will assist them to be able to really invest in their own well-being before they go to sea. And all of this is underpinned by a data strategy that we try to follow to really try to develop solutions based on the hard facts and the data that we collect in various ways. So that's it in a nutshell, Yves.
Thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, Ronald, over to you.
Thank you very much. Well, my name is Ronald Spithout, and I'm representing Weekend, the health company in this case. I'm the managing director for their One Health portfolio. As you probably know, Weekend stands for We Can in Swedish, because our owner CEO is originally from Sweden. Although we are headquartered in the United States in Florida, and we are currently providing healthcare for about 400,000 crew and seafarers from about 44 countries, with a network of about 1,500 maritime backgrounded medical professionals. Myself, I'm originally from the satellite industry, and after I retired from the satellite industry, I met Peter Hult, our CEO and founder, and apparently we shared a purpose, and that purpose is to use every available innovation and technical ability to improve life at sea. And actually what we have done, as Weekend is originally coming from the cruise industry, we have built the digital equivalent of the house doctor on board. Remember, on the cruise industry, you have all facilities on board with the doctors and the nurses and the equipment and the likes of, which you can't have in commercial maritime because there are only limited number of people on board. So we have built the digital equivalent for that. And I'm happy to talk about that if there's longer time. But for an introduction, I guess this will do.
Thank you so much, Ronald. If then we are looking again at the pandemic that I mentioned earlier, and we know one of the silver linings from the pandemic is this focus on mental well-being that now so many companies have. But what other examples are there? What else has come out of the pandemic that we can say, okay, this is something positive at least that came out of it? If I can turn first maybe to Johan, because I know you from the Sailor Society, you are talking quite a lot with the seafarers. You can hear from themselves what are their issues, but also what is the good that has come out of it, Johan?
Yves, I think you are 100% right in saying that there is COVID gave a new focus. It was also almost like a springboard that catapulted mental health into the spotlight. In our own experience, we saw a significant rise in the number of calls that came through our helplines. Also in our peer support groups, that is one of the interesting solutions that we offer, where seafarers actually talk to one another, assist one another. Those numbers also climb significantly. So just thinking about it, I think one of the important things is that COVID highlighted for me is the interconnectedness of things, and how vulnerable supply chains is, and as a result, how important seafarers are. I think we shouldn't lose out of sight that COVID highlighted the importance of seafarers. And this is not something that we should say to one another in the industry. We should tell the world, do you remember that time when you didn't have food in your store? And we shouldn't lose the edge that we have in terms of that. For me, COVID also highlighted the benefits of both cooperation and co-opetition, in the sense that companies who were previously in competition with one another now came together to address something in a global sense. And I think there's real power in that. And if going forward, we want to address mental health in a bigger way than that we are doing today, co-opetition is for me a very important word in order to get things moving a lot quicker.
Thanks, Johan. And I think those were some really good points you made. The whole key worker status is something that is really important for the industry. I think a lot more can still be done there, but at least it was a good start that came out of this pandemic. And the blocking of the Suez Canal certainly opened up the ICE world to the fact that, yes, we do need ships and seafarers, otherwise we won't have toilet paper in the supermarket.
Absolutely.
Marinos, you as part of OneCare are operating mental well-being helpline, and Johan was just referring to seeing an uptick in the number of calls that are coming to a helpline. Is that something similar that you see? And as well, what are the good things that you saw coming out of the pandemic?
Indeed, Captain Yves, the mental health did have an uptake. We all seen this, but it also have highlighted the need for a holistic health and well-being support to our seafarers, which, as mentioned earlier, and we all recognize here, is the most vital asset. We, let's say, during the pandemic, or even I would say last year, we have supported around 4,000 cases on mental health, which shows the need even after the pandemic. Now, apart from mental health, which was on top of the agenda, I believe we should recognize as well the need for telemedical support, and which shall not be only for emergencies, but also for every aspect of seafarers' well-being. And what we've seen is that when it comes to medical emergencies, the support shall be extended as well beyond the emergency requirements, let's say when the seafarer is stabilized. If we look at during the pandemic, we have supported many cases with, let's say, telemedicine. And what it came down to, it came to saving lives, which it's critical. I would like as well to add that another aspect that we've seen and a lesson learned is the maintenance of an appropriate medical chest, which is a central element to the medical provision on board. Thank you.
Thanks, Marinos. Good point. George, coming to you from an owner's perspective, what are the lessons learned that you see? What are the good points that have come out of the pandemic?
Well, for a change, the global population actually realized how it is to live as a seafarer, because you were stuck indoors with people, whether you liked them or not, they were there, and you had to work from the same environment. So it's a good idea of how a seafarer's life is. If everybody ashore started complaining about that, let's take a minute and think the people who are actually on board, and they do this for 4, 6, or 8 months at a time. Indeed, the whole health system substantially improved with the improvement of the data bandwidth actually offered to the vessels. I would not necessarily like to separate mental health from physical health. It's health because we, by changing it and characterizing, people are getting a bit more cautious to referring to it on board. What we saw also, the change of attitude towards the lack of the mental health and how people are treating it, is that we have a change of time, change of people working on board. The older generation, which was the macho generation, that I'm a seafarer and nothing's going to touch me, is slowly moving away, giving space to the younger generation, who are more sensitive and more open with their feelings. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Ronald, can I come to you? Similarly, from your perspective, the good points.
Sure. Well, first of all, one of the points that clearly was driven from the COVID era is that we now have virtual events. Because this was the time when people started to realize that they couldn't reach the vessel to do any kind of things, right? So the whole use of technology to do stuff remote is for me a direct outcome, technologically wise, from the COVID era. And of course, yes, I think Johan highlighted it, that the awareness of what seafarers do for our community, and the fact that 90% of everything you see around you is coming via a vessel, that awareness has risen. But also, I think what came out of that is that seafarers' circumstances are something that should be invested in. The seafarers as an asset is something that should be invested in. And seafarers are not a cost, but they are an asset. And all that together came out of the pandemic. And where pre-pandemic, when you were talking about investment and ESG, everything was and still is about the environment and the investment in clean shipping, right? But what you see now as an outcome of the COVID time is that the S of investment, the social investment, is coming up big. And you know, I think pre-COVID we couldn't have a 3 days event around crew welfare like we do have today. And for me, that is all coming out of the time that we couldn't reach the vessels, while on the other hand, we saw how important the crew and the vessels are for our economy. So those things are the learning points for me. And well, social investment is for me a straight outcome of that time.
Thanks, Ronald. And Dr. Dido, your thoughts?
I hope by this time we are fully aware and we all agree that it's all about people. Our ships will not run without people. I agree with Ronald when he said that we should be investing in people. When we care for the environment, let's also look into the environment within the ship, the interconnections of people, that the shore and the sea connection is very, very important. It is not run by AI, it's run by people. And that we are aware that people fail, people fall, people need care. And yes, I hope that's something we do not forget. I also saw, and would like to highlight that because of the pandemic, we had a common adversity. We forced ourselves from being competitors to collaborators. And that's something we wish to continue, that it's still, we are all on the same boat and our boat will sink with the world with us if we don't make it work all together. And lastly, I agree that we got pushed to do whatever we haven't done before, like pushing our technologies, telemedicine, our services got better, our processes are renewed. We look into how to make things better for everyone. But I think the centrality is it's all about people and we need to care for people more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can stay on the mental well-being part first before I move on to the more holistic aspect, which I think should be very interesting. But on the mental well-being, and it was mentioned in the previous question, how there's a new generation that is coming on board who is more vocal, who is more outspoken. The older generation, or well, basically us, we are slowly moving away. And things are different now on board, but how much when it comes to mental well-being how much of that stigma around mental well-being has actually been broken? Is it easier now for a seafarer to put up his or her hand and say, I have a problem, I need help? If Marinos, let's come to you again first. And what are your thoughts? How can we break this stigma?
This is one of the biggest challenge, I will say, it's all down, let's say, to creating more awareness around mental health. I believe there is a need, let's say, to educate our seafarers around mental health and highlight, let's say, the difference of mental health versus mental illness, and explain, let's say, the myths about the mental health problems. What we've seen, let's say, from our clients and the crew that we support as well is the need to provide training, not only for the leadership on board, like the top 4, for example, but also for the entire crew complement. how, let's say, can we assist the cadets to be ready when they go on board, to know what they shall expect. It's a big of a challenge with the new generations. Ultimately, apart from awareness and trainings, etc., the goal shall be to create a positive working environment and foster, let's say, a culture of being supported, or encourage them to speak freely, provide positive feedback. These are very key elements that could contribute towards in breaking the stigma.
Thank you. And Johan, when you are talking to the seafarers on board, do you have similar barriers in that they do not want to talk, or is it easier, being from a charity perspective, it's easier to talk to people?
I do think from a charity perspective, it's a bit easier. There's not that fear, that stigma that you will lose your job if you speak out. So there's definitely a culture of silence in the industry that is fear-driven, and because of that, people don't speak out. I can only agree with Marinos saying that awareness building cannot be stressed enough. We are already doing some things, but it is such a overwhelming and large topic that we should continuously look at ways to keep on building awareness. And I feel quite strongly about it. Some people disagree with it, but that at some point we will need to see institutional change at the highest levels within the industry, talking IMO, talking STCW, policies that actually support these things. So I think we are past the point where we are trying to establish whether this is a problem or not. We now know this is the situation. If you just look a bit into research, up to 2016, there was literally 1 or 2 papers on mental health in the industry that shed some light on it. It's now a well-established fact. So in my mind, institutional change at the highest level is now something that should be a big priority. Perhaps just one other thing, I think one of the biggest challenges is, of course, that every seafarer comes from a very unique culture. So this is not just a maritime industry problem. If you come from South Africa like I do, you've got a unique take on what it means to have a mental health problem. It's very different in the Philippines. It's very different. So cultural sensitivity, I think, and educating leaders with regards to that cultural awareness of different understandings of mental health can really go a long way to make us take that next step.
Thanks, Johan. Very good point. And I want to come back on your question or on your suggestion for regulatory change. But let me go first. Ronald, your thoughts.
Yeah. Well, on one hand, it's what Johan said. It is training the people to make sure that they are aware, that they recognize, that they can take action, and pushing out all kinds of content advice so that crew can manage and also recognize their own depressions and manage their anxiety and the likes of. But that is only the one piece of the puzzle. I think the biggest piece of the puzzle is trust, and I heard that as well. So I think it is time that healthcare, whether it's physical or mental, but we're talking mental here, is becoming a part of a proactive healthcare situation on board. I mean, a helpline like what Johan provides is actually a last resort because the problems start way, way, way earlier than that, right? So a very proactive way of healthcare on board of vessels, where people are reaching out to the sailors on a regular basis to just check how they are, as part of a holistic healthcare program, is doing wonders. And then the people who are reaching out should have a maritime background as well, so they know what is happening on board and they can imagine the circumstances that the people are working in. So for me, whether it's mental or physical, I think we should step over to a proactive healthcare program for our people, so that we can exercise much earlier intervention on any kind of issues that arise on board, and not wait until the very last moment, until somebody is brave enough to talk, even though he is risking of losing his job, right? So creating a circumstance of trust and inclusion, I think, is the only way to make people speak out and talk about what bothers them on a very regular basis. And I think that's the only way.
Thanks, Ronald. Dr. Didoy, coming to you, how can we break the stigma on mental health and talking about it?
In my experience, it's all about leadership. The leadership on a personal scale and on organizational level, as Johan was saying. I have seen companies, seafarers, ship owners, ship managers, crew managers, that are thriving even through the pandemic. But there are those that I've seen who are just surviving. There are those that I've seen they're languishing, and there are those that I've seen they're really flourishing. And what really made a difference is the leaders themselves are aware of the mental health issues. They have experienced it themselves through the pandemic. And they knew and they felt that if this happens to me, I'm locked in my house, locked in, I cannot move around. Imagine what it could be for the seafarers on board. And that appropriateness, that sensitivity could be cultural, but also organizational. I really highly believe that we need to integrate leadership, personal leadership and organizational leadership here, from the cadets to the top level, IMO, STCW level, that we need to make particular personal and organizational action so that we create that safe space where mental health can thrive, where looking into the well-being is a custom, it's a normal thing. And yes, different nationalities have different takes on it. But if and when all of us in different levels work together there through the act of leadership, then we can make results.
Thank you. And George, I purposely wanted to come to you last because I wanted to hear from the rest first, how they were thinking about breaking this stigma. Now I wanted to ask you from an owner's perspective, listening to these comments, how do you make it possible for your seafarers to not be afraid and speak up?
Well, you have to walk the talk when it comes to seafarers, to be frank, direct, and keep true to your values. And our values are solid, and our crew and our seafarers are aware of that. When it comes to stigma, and that is not my current experience, but it's a bit wider, the stigma of mental health does not exist when someone is trying to find a reason to be repatriated. Back in the day, you had a relative who was sick, and you need to go home to take care of them. Lately, I would say 80 to 90% of the requests to be repatriated is for mental exhaustion, which I do not contest. I'm just saying that when people need to, they go ahead. As when it comes to having legislation, do we really need that? We are an over-regulated industry. The examinations and the education that our people have to go through to go on a vessel is unmatched by anything else. We adding more and more will just drive people away, because effectively we still employ from this planet. So I have to compete with Google and Apple and all the high-end and fancy places of work. What will I say to somebody? Before I employ you, I have to make sure you're not nuts. Which other companies are doing that? Which global legislation says to the employer, to the employee, sorry, that you have to be checked for that? Our people have to feel that they are in a safe environment. They have not to be forced to it. That's my personal opinion, though. Thank you.
I want to throw you a little curveball here, George, and I'll be happy to have other people comment on it if they want. A couple months ago, I was having a discussion with one of our ship owner members, and he asked me that question. He said, "What would you do if you are a ship owner? You have one seafarer who is having a mental problem on board. Let's not call it an illness. Let's just say he had a mental issue on board. He was discharged. He stayed ashore for, I don't know, 3 months, 6 months. He recovered. He was then certified by PME and by the doctor to be fit for sea again. How do you, from an owner's perspective, then react if that same seafarer comes back to you? Are you going, I mean, the main question here is, are you saying, okay, fine, he has been declared fit for service, I'm happy to re-employ him? Or is there, and this, all the people that I've asked this question are very much in a 50-50 situation. Or they say, oh, we've had a problem with this person. I do not want this to happen again on board. I do not want to take the risk, and I will not re-employ him or her. So I find it an interesting discussion, and I don't know if there's a right or a wrong answer to it, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on this.
Well, if the person is fine, he's fine. In the same way, we should not employ somebody who had the flu last year, because he may get it again. If somebody has chronic pain, he will become irritated by his pain while he's on board. He will get problems. If we are to treat it as an illness and the illness has gone, is okay, is not there anymore, then he could go back on board. People are a bit more skeptic because it's not something visible. Okay, but nor is high blood pressure visible on a third party, not high sugar. So you have to make up your mind, it's just accepted that it is what it is. If the person is declared fit, he should be fit. The problem is that with the one that is declaring him or her fit for duty, that they should know how to evaluate them. Thank you.
Yeah, good point. Is anybody else wants to put a comment on that, Ronald?
Yeah, well, I think what it points at, and I basically, I agree with what George said. If somebody is fit, he's fit, and he can get the flu again as well, right? So, but what the problem is that in this industry, we are using something like a PME as an exclusion tool in an attempt to keep all kind of illnesses away from the onboard environment. Apparently, that tool is not fit for purpose. And I'm questioning whether we should use it as such, right? I think we are much better off that we are monitoring either physically or mentally how our staff are doing on board, rather than just testing them and then assume that they stay okay until they are not, right? So that's what I meant with a proactive healthcare approach. Try and talk to your people on a very regular basis, either the company yourself or the medical healthcare provider, to see how they are doing. And use the PME just like a regular yearly medical check, like you have it anywhere else on shore. Using the PME as an exclusion tool is leading to the fact that 10,000 sailors a year are losing their job for something like diabetes or whatever kind of pre-existing medical condition. Well, I will tell you that 20% of the people on shore in leading positions have something like diabetes or hypertension, and they're all just perfectly fine in doing their job. So why would we use a PME to exclude them from our vessels? We are much better off by just monitoring and proactive care and keep the situation under control, whether it's physical or mental, and then deal with it like that. Yeah, I think that's the way forward.
Anybody else? Any comments, Marinos?
Yeah, I wanted to add a few things here based on, let's say, our mental health program and the experience that we had. What we've seen is that feedback, let's say, from the psychologists is that many of these crew members, when they are, let's say, discharged, they actually need mental health support while they're at home in order to recover. And the underlying issue here is that while they're at home, either they don't have access to mental health support, or they don't have insurance, or they have limited access. So a combination of things. Now, if we look at it and compare it with flu, and we say, let's say either you have it or you don't have it, etc., I think the mental health in certain cases, it could be more, more fundamental in the sense that it will require some support for that crew member while on board in order, let's say, to ensure that he's fully recovered before that the crew member is actually allowed to rejoin. And to my understanding, let's say the PME does not include a pre-joining psychological evaluation, in the sense that in such cases, or on a case-by-case basis that we come across, these crew members, it would be a good idea, let's say, to evaluate them before they are sent on board, in order to ensure that it doesn't result to another discharge or to a situation that that crew member becomes, let's say, suicidal, or it could hurt his or her colleagues.
Good point. Everybody is putting their hand up here straight. Can I go to Dr. Didoy first on this?
Yes, thank you. Speaking from the perspective of PME clinic, I agree with you that it's limited when you test and check seafarers' mental health on ashore, because the environment is way, way different. The dynamics is different when they're on board. I'd like to share, though, that I agree with Ronald when he said that it's about monitoring and proactive care, because it happens to the best of us. One good example, at least in the best practice, was there was a chief officer who lost someone in the family, had mental health issues on board, had to go home because of that situation. The company was able to send the seafarer to us for psychological support in recovery. And 6 months after, we saw him again for PME. We checked him again with our psychologists, and there was resolution in the family. Mourning period is over. His signals and his words, his behavior has become different over time. And we come up together. It's a circle of trust. The seafarer, the crew manager, the ship owner, are you ready to do this again? And we did. And that person is still on board and has recovered from it. So yes, it is possible. I think we need to be very collaborating and very proactive, because these are lives and livelihoods that we're talking about. That's why we put value over it.
George, you put your hand up as well.
A thing that we have not mentioned is that majority of seafarers, they are employees for a period of 6 to 8 months per year. So it cannot be holistic. Best case, it can be holistic, because they are not under somebody's care while they are ashore. Even with seafarers who have a permanent contract employer, again, it's going to be extremely difficult and intrusive from the employer side, while somebody is on holidays, to go and verify whether he eats healthy, whether he mentally relaxed, because whether we like it or not, body and mind, they affect each other. So I don't believe that there can be a holistic approach unless we put them in a prison cell while they are 4 months they are ashore.
Interesting one, George, there. And Marinos did refer to it, and I think we can talk a long time about this. Ronald, I'm going to give the last word on this question to you.
Well, just a very simple answer. Although I agree that on shore mental support should be given at some point, I agree with Doctor on that. But what I wanted to say is that from a technical and technological perspective, there is no limitation of what you can provide on board. On one hand, we should acknowledge that a vessel on board is a special environment. On the other hand, we should try to ignore that as well, because we can do a lot of stuff while the people are working on board. And we shouldn't always refer to the idea that they should first come off the vessel before we can approach them or support them. So from a technical perspective, almost everything that you want can be done remotely nowadays. And we have to keep that in mind, I believe.
I think that's definitely one of the good points that has come out of the pandemic, the whole evolution with virtual calls and the whole telemedicine that came along with it as well. Let's stop on this point. I wanted to have a quick further thought on the holistic approach, because I know quite a lot of you are in companies that are promoting a holistic approach. And we just heard from George what his thoughts were on how can you combine that when a seafarer is not under your care when he is off contract. So I'd be happy to hear from, let's start with Marinos first, on why would a holistic approach be better? How is it more effective?
I guess if we are looking, let's say, if we separate the onshore and the on board, if this is what is your question, then we need to recognize that there are some challenges when on both scenarios, let's say. If we assume that there is a holistic service on board while the crew member, let's say, is serving his contract and he has access, let's say, to the doctors, to the mental health team, to the nutrition team, etc. When that crew member goes home, then we leave that crew member, let's say, without any cover, unless there is an insurance coverage from his company to support him while he's shoreside for any needs. And when we're saying about holistic, it's not about monitoring them or putting them, let's say, in a cage and measuring, you know, all the aspects of what they do in their life and control them. It's just to give them the access to, let's say, the experts. And the access can be given either through an insurance program in their local country, or even virtual. I mean, technology-wise today, we can extend services virtually. This is my view on the aspect.
Thanks. Johan, coming to you.
I think, first of all, my definition of holistic is saying that everything has got to do with everything. In other words, exactly what George said, the link between mental health, physical health. It says that you should always recognize that a person on board is also a dad back home. He is also a member of a community that's on a total different place on the planet. So if you say you're holistic, it is about recognizing the whole person. I think there's social theory from Carl Rogers from the 70s that says every experience that we have that experience as a whole person. And if you say you're holistic, you are taking that humanistic view towards the solution that you offer. Second to that, I think there's an important element that have been raised in terms of how things are continuous. And I just want to highlight that mental health isn't something that you have or you don't have. You have it all the time. You are constantly moving on a continuum between being not well and being well. And at some point, it becomes a problem. So if you look at psychometrical testing and the tests that are often run within the industry, that test will typically ask you in terms of depression and anxiety, have you experienced any of these symptoms within the last 2 weeks? So it is a moving target. So there's no use in testing someone before they get on the vessel. And just to clarify, when referring to regulation earlier, I definitely did not mean anything along the lines of testing people before they go on board. I think what is important is that proactive thing that Ronald mentioned earlier. And if I may, I briefly want to highlight 2 things that we are doing that I'm excited about. Second to our helpline, we've got the service where we actually call the vessels. So we don't sit and wait for the call to come in. We call the vessel, have a chat with the captain, check in with the crew, and you will not believe through that proactive action how many red flags we've picked up. Second to that, something that I can probably talk an hour about, I promise I won't, is our peer support groups. It's these groups of 20 seafarers per group. Every group has got a moderator from the Sailor Society in that group. And that group supports one another on a continuous basis, whether you're on your vessel, whether you're back home, and you always know you've got professional assistance in that group. But we must also recognize that seafarers are resilient and that they've got amazing knowledge to assist themselves and to overcome things by helping one another. We are not the heroes on white horses riding in to save them. They are resilient and amazing people, and sometimes I do think we overlook that. Sorry for going a bit over my time, Yves.
Don't worry. Thank you, Johan. Dr. Didoy, your thoughts on the holistic approach?
Yeah, it's a philosophy, a theory. In medicine, it's treating the whole person, taking into account the mental, physical, psychological, social, even financial factors, spiritual factors, than just treating the symptoms of an illness or a disease. Disease is because the person is in disease. And mental health is highly affected, not just because of what you're thinking, but also what you're eating. Science tells you already that your hormones are really affected by not just what you eat, but also your exposure to light, but also by your sleep. Safety is also rooted into the personal behavior of a person. So with that kind of approach, proactive treatment perspective, holism is also not just on a particular person. Holistic approach is also us connecting to each other. We are part of a whole bigger system of this industry that we need to collaborate, interconnect to one another, because we cannot exist apart and independently of each other. That's how holistic is also is practiced. And even us in the daily seeing seafarers, holistic also tells us that we do not just test people, but we teach them. We let them know through a feedback call, through a follow-up, here's your situation, I can clear you, but looking into your lifestyle, look into your current numbers, the next few years are going to be tougher to be fit to work. So that's part of the ways to practice holistic approach.
Thank you. I think time is running away with us when we are having fun and talking about topics that we're all passionate about. The hour has flown by. So I'm going to have to bring it to an end, but I want to give each of you another one last closing statement. We have the Day of the Seafarer coming up this Sunday, if I'm not wrong. So in closing thoughts, let's start with you, George. Your key message, your key thoughts, and let's try and keep it within 1 minute each so that we finish on time.
Seafarers are human beings. They have to be treated in the same way. They are not different. They are not special. We they have to be treated properly. Otherwise, they will not remain seafarers. They will be unable to attract new seafarers. And irrespective of whether IT and AI is moving ahead, we will see need them for another good 20 to 30 years minimum. So we have to take care of them. We have to offer them the opportunity for a stable, safe environment to work and to evolve. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Ronald.
Yeah, very, very quick then, because we're running out. We believe a seafarer, and you and me, we only have one health, right? And that health comes from 3 dimensions: physical, mental, and environmental. And I believe that we should, that our seafarers owe it that we look after them, and that we do that from all directions that I just mentioned, and that we use all innovation and technology that we can find to make sure that they have a proper, healthy, but also a fit life on board. And that fitness is not only physical, but it's also mental. Because remember that half of the medical costs are coming from injuries as well. And therefore, it's so important that we keep our staff fit for purpose. And that has, well, both physical as a mental aspect. So we owe it to them.
Thank you, Ronald. Marinos?
Thanks. I believe we are all on the same, let's say, page on this. We all believe that seafarers are our, let's say, main asset, and we need to treat them as such. In my view, we need to, let's say, give them the means and the access, since we're talking about health to health, that including, let's say, the physical, the mental, the nutrition. We need to support them accordingly. Yes, they are humans, no different than ours, and they should not be treated differently than ours. They are working in a very different and demanding environment, and we need to find the means using technology or any other method to support them while on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Marinos. Johan.
I'll end off with 3 words, which I think can really move us forward, and that is cooperation, cooperation, and cooperation. I think if everyone on this screen can get into one room and really see the synergy between the different things that we are doing, we can really move things along at a much quicker pace.
Dr. Didoy.
I want to end by saying we can be better humans. We have proven that we could, and we can be better and better for the generations to come. I'd like to ascribe to what the African proverb says: if you want to do it fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, let's do it together. And we have learned, and we keep on remembering from the pandemic, we carry on and call the best practitioners, and let's practice it together and really make a big difference, not just now, but for long term. Thank you.
Thank you. And really, this was a very interesting discussion. I think we can continue for the next 2-3 hours if we would like to, but we are out of time. George, Ronald, Marinos, Johan, Dr. Didoy, thank you so much for being here, for sharing your thoughts on this really interesting topic. And I know we got one question from the audience that I never had a chance to raise to the panel, so my apologies for that. If you want to reach out, please do, and I'll put the question to the rest of the panel by email. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good day wherever you are, and see you again. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and thank you, Safety for Sea, for inviting me to the Crew Welfare Week presentations, and I'm very pleased to be here. My name is Andrew Stevens, and I'm the Executive Director of the Sustainable Shipping Initiative. Who is the Sustainable Shipping Initiative, or SSI? The SSI is an established multi-stakeholder initiative within the maritime sector. We're focused on driving change through cross-sectoral collaboration towards a sustainable maritime industry. We are industry-led, and our members span the entire shipping value chain, from ship owners and charterers to shipyards and ports, banks, sustainability, non-profits, amongst others, as you can see here on the right side of the screen. Seafarers' rights, challenges, and opportunities. Well, complex industry processes mean that in many cases, seafarers are workers but not employees, and not treated in the same way as onshore workers. Enforcing human and labour rights at sea is challenging, and thus many violations take place, and often exacerbated by a lack of communication and information to crew about their rights. Risks of labour shortages as many seafarers leave the sector is also a challenge going forwards. Addressing these systemic challenges can lead to benefits such as improving ship culture that can undermine productivity and reduce staff retention, increasing safety and reducing risk of incidents due to fatigue or poor physical or mental health. For ship owners and operators, a proactive approach to addressing seafarers' rights and welfare beyond regulatory compliance is also a way to differentiate. Delivering on seafarers' rights. The Delivering on Seafarers' Rights project was launched in October 2021 with two key outputs: an industry code of conduct which goes beyond ILO Maritime Labour Convention compliance to focus on the full spectrum of seafarers' rights and welfare. Additionally, a self-assessment questionnaire to enable ship owners and operators to comply with the code of conduct. The self-assessment is further supported by a crew welfare tool launched by RightShip, which allows ship owners and operators to submit their self-assessment online and share it with key stakeholders such as cargo owners and charterers. Expected impacts from this work is to increase level of respect for seafarers' rights and welfare, obtain buy-in from ship owners, operators, and charterers, cargo owners to demand transparency, engage financial and other maritime stakeholders in holding the industry to account, and kickstart discussions among many industry stakeholders about the meaning of seafarer well-being. Here you can see the chapters or the topics covered in the Code of Conduct, which support ways in which actions can be taken beyond that compliance that's already in place. So what about progress so far? Since the launch in October 2021, we've seen 252 effective self-assessment submissions via the RightShip platform as at the end of April. And these submissions cover DOC holders and 6,609 vessels across a number of segments. As you can see from the chart on the top right, the primary segment is the bulk carriers, but the list of vessels represented various different degrees of take-up. However, there's a need for clarity and transparency when it comes to impact, and this is what we're working on now, looking to understand impact among industry and among seafarers, who are ultimately the stakeholders that matter most in this work. By providing snapshots of the data and by encouraging ship owners and operators to publicize their self-assessment, we hope to make it clear that this is an area for collaboration, not competition. And transparency is needed to provide examples and encouragement from leaders and first movers that can be applied across the industry. Through transparency, dialogue, and collaboration, we can maintain and keep momentum building and continue to promote action for seafarers' rights. Responsible business conduct. As mentioned earlier, a complex web of parties are involved in the engagement of seafarers at sea. The list here includes the manning agents, manpower agencies, recruitment companies, and so on. there's plenty of room for seafarers' rights to be assumed to be covered and respected by one of the other stakeholders in this web of parties being engaged. A recently published research briefing by IHRB, a member of the SSI and our partner in this work, which uses data collected in a survey undertaken by online maritime recruitment platform Turtle, revealed that poor practices seem to still persist in parts of the industry despite the regulation by the ILO's MLC and voluntary efforts to improve beyond regulation. An example of this is where seafarers reported through the research that they are still being made to pay fees to manning agents in order to secure a job, or even finding job offers were actually fake after making payment. There's a link at the bottom of the slide here. You can click to access and reach the Seafarers and Recruitment Fees research briefing, which was released in April 23. Using the Code of Conduct and Self-Assessment Questionnaire, demand-side stakeholders play a very crucial role in driving change and requiring conditions to be built in contractual risk-sharing clauses, thus mitigating supply chain risks and ensure seafarers' rights are addressed and respected. There is a growing call for transparency of data to support and enable improved benchmarking, progress tracking, and to be that basis for verification against the data that is being gathered by those disclosing their self-assessments. Moving forwards towards assurance, verification, and even our future seafarers landscape, evidence requirements, as mentioned, and verification are emerging as key to mitigating these supply chain risks and respecting seafarers' rights. Future challenges include decarbonisation, digitalisation, and other innovations which drive a need to focus on a just transition for all involved in shipping. Seafarers are included in this, of course, and are at the front line of new onboard technologies and systems which are on the horizon for shipping. With regard to our future seafarers, what we're learning and seeing is that seafarers of the future will be of a different skill set, experience, expectations, and demands on the industry than exist today. Shipping will compete for resources, manpower, with other sectors like never before. So seafarers will be coming from land-based industries with the different skills to meet those technologies, digitalization, and other innovations that shipping will be adopting. This is very much similar to shipping's upcoming challenge on competing for fuels with other sectors, as many of us already know. Lastly, shipping must act differently to attract and retain this future talent, recognizing and respecting workforce, labor, and human rights for those at sea, affording the same as for those colleagues ashore. Thank you very much for listening. If you are in a position to support delivering on seafarers' rights, you can download the Code of Conduct and Self-Assessment. There is a link here. If you're a DOC holder conducting a self-assessment, we encourage you to publish your self-assessment on your website and/or include it in your annual sustainability reporting. And furthermore, share your self-assessment with key stakeholders in order to help and support raising awareness of seafarers' rights and the respect of them. Again, thank you very much. You can find the links to our website and email address on this page. Thank you very much.
Hello, it's good to be part of the Safety for Sea Crew Welfare Week. My topic for today is soft skills on board ships and training for soft skills. So let's start with this picture here. You can see that there's one person, looks like an electrician, standing on top of a railing, and there's obviously a fall risk here. So what we can see that he has not used his soft skill and rushed into a job without carrying out a risk assessment. But how about the other two gentlemen? At least one of them looks like an officer. He has not exercised his soft skill of assertiveness, neither of communication in telling his colleague not to perform this task in such a dangerous way. So soft skill is very much required in our day-to-day life, in our interactions, in what we do. So soft skills is a matter of life and death. How about this slide? It looks like there's a bridge team with a pilot on board navigating through confined waters. So what are the soft skills required here? So the master and pilot need to communicate with each other, the master-pilot exchange, share navigation information, have mutual trust and respect for each other's skills and knowledge. They need to work together, keep their egos on the side and focus on their task, and stay alert. They need to be situationally aware. So these are all the soft skills that are required to make a bridge team work. And soft skills by themselves may not mean much, but in a workplace, especially a maritime workplace, soft skills are needed to implement, amplify, and complement our technical skills. How about this slide? So it looks like there's a shipboard fire, and I can tell you from experience that it's not an easy situation to be in. There's always a risk that people will panic and do the wrong things. So these are the soft skills again required to keep a calm head even in crisis, to focus on the task, not suddenly start getting stressed and giving random orders. And also very importantly, again, keep your ego outside the ship. If you need help, call the office immediately. Often it is seen that sometimes, because we take pride, we are hesitant to ask for help. Again, it's a skill to be able to be vulnerable and say, I need help. So from these photos, what inferences can you make? So the photo on the left, you may look at the person and say he's lonely. Well, that may be the case, but it could also be that this person is reflecting on his day. What went well? What didn't go well? What can we do better tomorrow? So this reflection and self-analysis is also an important soft skill. And then when we come to the photo on the right, yes, it's about working and living together. The crew are on board the ships for between 4 to 8 months at a stretch. And for a seafarer, the ship is a home away from home. So you want to build good relationships, be able to communicate with each other. If one person has a problem on the ship, it is his colleagues who are going to come and help. Yes, you may be on WhatsApp or Zoom with your family, but if you have a medical emergency on board, it's your colleagues who are going to help you. So you need soft skills to build, develop, and nourish those relationships on board so you can have a satisfying career at sea. So now let's discuss how we go about improving the soft skills that we have. Look, everyone has soft skills. I mean, soft skills are human skills, and we all have them, but it's at a different level for each person, depending on their age, their maturity, the environment they have grown up in. So it can vary from person to person, but then when you come on board, so you need a certain level of soft skill from everyone so that everyone can perform effectively as a team. But a person cannot exhibit the required soft skill when he is stressed. So it has to start at the top, whether it's at the company management level or on the ship's management level, is to say, yes, safety and efficiency are important for us, but equally important is care for our crew. So you set the leadership expectations right away, and so the rest of what you do is aligned with these expectations. Then you set the emotional climate. So this means, again, taking care of your people in the sense to make sure the salary is paid on time, the crew have good food and living conditions, and then their interaction with the rest of the people is also healthy. So again, you cannot have good soft skills in a bad environment. So the leadership needs to set a healthy and nourishing emotional climate on board or in your organization. And then you can train your people to the level of your expectations. So what exactly do we need to train for? What is the end objective? So my proposal is this. So there's been some research about personality types in a bridge simulator. And from this, they found that the person who made the least amount of errors was the resilient type. Now, who's the resilient types? This person has better impulse control. So unlike the picture we saw in the first slide, he doesn't go on an impulse and climb on the railing. The person is assertive, unlike the officer who was just standing by in the first picture. They're assertive and they say, please don't do it without a safety harness. Or in the bridge team, they can say, Mr. Pilot, I think we're going too fast. We need to slow down. And to be able to convey this to others. They're also open to arguments. So for example, the third mate or a junior crew member can come up to them and say, we think it should be done differently, or we cannot enter the tank because the oxygen levels are too low. They should say, yes, okay, I agree with you, let's wait. So they're able to put their ego on the side and listen to the other person's opinion. And in difficult situations like a fire on board, they can manage their emotions, they don't panic, and they can focus on the task at hand. And they're able to act decisively, whether to use CO2 to extinguish the fire or to use a fire hose, they are able to act decisively. And at the same time, even though there's so much stress, they don't get aggressive at people or towards this end to get to a resilient seafarer. So how we can help build a resilient seafarer is by helping them develop meta-learning skills. That means encouraging them or showing them how to learn. Learn how to learn. That's meta-learning. It's not like the soft skill courses or technical skill courses are forced down somebody's throat. Create the joy and encourage the joy of continuous learning. Then we can teach situational awareness, time management, and decision making. When it comes to intrapersonal skills, I think a focus needs to be on culture building, helping people understand personality and cultural differences. So, and for example, an extrovert person may think that the introvert person, just because he doesn't speak, doesn't know much. But it's possible that the introvert person knows, but they just don't prefer to exhibit it. So it's that way you know how to get the best out of your team. Coaching and empowerment, communication and leadership skills. So how exactly we go about training for soft skills and what tools can we use? Before we go into that, there's a couple of statements I'd like to make. One is that yes, training is proven to be effective in developing soft skills. So yes, you should definitely invest in training for soft skills. The second main point is the focus on skills. So skills is the ability to translate knowledge into action. So it's not enough if we just push down knowledge or course content down the throats of seafarers and people in our company. It's not enough if you just give them handouts or give them online studying material. It's not enough. So first of all, there needs to be a monitoring of how the knowledge is being transferred to the person. Is it based on his or her requirement? And that forms part of the performance management system for that individual. How we can make that person be their best. So we design the training accordingly, whether they prefer learning by books or audio or online, see that, and relatable to work. So it's not like we are talking about cotton mills when we are giving training for seafarers. And very important is follow-up. So whether you're doing workshops or online learning, we do need to follow up and see exactly how this person is implementing that training on board. And this can be done, like I said, through online learning. Now, even with virtual reality, you can tell people or simulate situations where you can see the other person's response and develop soft skills. Coaching on board, very important. So again, help them and give them opportunities to exercise their soft skills, both on board and ashore. And definitely you need social interactions. So companies, they can help encourage social interactions through shipboard parties or onshore gatherings. The more people meet each other, they learn and they work, give them mini projects to work together. So that way they learn communication and teamwork skills. And I would also like to mention meditation and breathing. If you take a deep breath, you're calm. Even in stress, you're able to stay calm. So these are some things that we can do to help improve soft skills on board. And work on the ship is hard, but soft skills, human skills, good interaction with each other can help make all hard things easy. Thank you and wish you safe seas.
Hi, everyone. Today, I invite you to consider critical skills for leadership in the years to come. In this presentation, we will talk about mindful leadership, a critical skill for the next generation of seafarers. Let's get to it. Statistics from the UN show that by 2030, people between the ages of 15 to 24 will make up approximately 23% of the world's population, also known as Gen Z, a group of people born between the years 1997 and 2012, the digital natives, a generation that can access several sources of information simultaneously to leverage on their goals. But unlike generations before, that took a more top-down approach or a power-reliant model that drove companies and teams to perform and follow, Gen Z may have a lot more on their hands as they face the future and become the next leaders of our industry. Now, you would think that with a vast ocean of information and technology on the rise, leadership might be easier. But the future in this digital age forces leaders to digitize and humanize. It's working with diversity, not just of gender, background, and culture, but of age. The intergenerational workplace is upon us, and leaders need to become skilled in communication. They need to be better mentors. They need to be quick thinkers, which means that leaders of the future are going to need to show up authentically to be able to connect with a range of people. You see, future leaders are going to be required to keep up with rapid change, adapting and creating change. And instead of starting with a vision, the next generation will need to entice, inspire, and move people by introducing a sense of purpose, by first having a clear sense of self and a clear sense of the future. So what can we do to support the next generation of transformational leaders? Filter failure is a term coined by American writer Clay Shirky as a response to information overload. It is not the overload that is the problem, he writes, but filter failure. An inability to make decisions, to think long-term, to think creatively, to be able to concentrate, and to be able to improve productivity. With filter failure, it can be quite stressful and can often lead to burnout. And the best way we can tackle filter failure is by first becoming mindful of the stimulation in our environment. Okay? Now, the research on mindfulness is pretty extensive, but for the purpose of this short presentation, let me highlight the possibilities that have been found. First of all, mindfulness can truly contribute to an increase in job performance, attention, concentration, and leadership qualities through the years. Mindfulness research also provides insight into how mindfulness can make leaders more effective at managing complex issues and solving difficult problems, such as dealing with employee stress and burnout, managing increased disruptions and interdependencies, counteracting inequalities, and being able to communicate effectively to develop ethical and transformational leadership qualities. But what is mindfulness and how does it work? Well, mindfulness is defined as a form of paying attention on purpose to a particular thing non-judgmentally. It is a skill that is taught through several weeks, which help the practitioner develop a way of being in the world. Okay. Mindfulness allows us to look at our different emotional states, to understand how they color experiences, and how situations in turn color thoughts or states. Mindfulness also lets us take ownership on our behaviors, our thoughts, our emotions, and body sensations to be able to differentiate what is ours and what is of others. In fact, mindfulness practice has been known to strengthen a region in the brain, the anterior cingulate cortex, that helps us better empathize with others. Because with better self-awareness, this can lead us to better other awareness. It's about being keen on the needs of diverse groups, or rather mindfulness can help us become keen on the needs of diverse groups. Okay. Now, I'd like you to try a short activity. Look down at your feet. Whether you are wearing shoes, socks, or are barefoot right now, observe your feet. Perhaps noticing the weight of your feet on the floor, or the temperature of your feet in this very moment. The feeling of freedom, perhaps, or a snug fit. Just noting what is true for you in this moment. And if the mind starts to wander, like most minds do, just bringing your attention back to your feet. Mindfulness can allow us to look at the same reality differently. When did you last slow down to observe your own feet? Mindfulness helps us come alive with intentions at work, relationships, hobbies, and conversations. It teaches us to respond rather than react, so we become better aware of our own impulses. In late 2022, Well@Sea designed the Mindful Leadership Program for cadets in partnership with the International Maritime Employers Council that was introduced to students at the Maritime Academy of Asia and the Pacific. It was a 9-part program geared towards building mental resiliency, helping them face the stressors of life at sea. In our company, we believe in the practice of well-being, and that skills like mindfulness can be honed through remote gamified programs like ours, wherein sustainable behavior change doesn't happen overnight. We know that it is a process that takes the whole person's total behavior into consideration. And mindfulness is one skill that requires constant exercise to strengthen and build the power of the mind. In my view, mindfulness is a superpower that, when honed right, can take a cadet from simply deriving insight to applying it in the many areas of their lives, including leadership. Now, recently, our team met with the cadets at MAAP, and here's what they've had to say about the program so far.
I did not expect that there's a micro change in me. In our 4+ years, we were exposed to a lot of different fight or flight situation, wherein you will be thinking if you're going to push through a certain decision or going to step back for a while and think. And by this program, I was able to discover what is the appropriate thing to do, because really a pie chart where we have to scale our stress levels. I was able to monitor how I felt during the week, and that made me think that during this time of the week, I was feeling sad or I was feeling overwhelmed. So I had to do some things that of course, help me with those kind of problems. First, we were able to track our sad days, the moments that we are sad. We would be aware of that, and we would be able to do some things that will make us happy and to overcome our sadness.
This program reminds me that I still have the inner child itself within me. I learned to be more appreciative. I can show my true self to everyone, and I am more interactive than because of this program. I just realized that I tend to finish my activities faster because I am more focused. By being mindful, I was able to pay attention to small details. Being mindful helps not just me, helps all of us that is taking the program. That being mindful, being aware of our actions will keep our mind in the right place.
That's why I keep doing the activities, sir, because it really helps me in terms of my mental health. Like, for example, meditation, sir. Every day, sir, I learned how to meditate, sir. Before I go down the lab, sir, I go to the windows, sir, and look at the surroundings and meditate, sir. It helps me be productive in everything.
So is mindfulness necessary? In my view, absolutely yes. If we want to combat the vast amount of information that the digital age brings, improve critical thinking, and humanize the way that we work, then mindfulness is a critical skill that the next generation of seafarers will need to immerse themselves in. To learn more about our program, please feel free to connect with us through any of these channels. And I thank you very, very much.
Hello, everyone. I want to welcome you to the crew welfare panel on the soft skills. The technological evolution affects shipping in all aspects, but most importantly, it's people working within our seafarers. Of course, technical competencies are not enough. A unique skills, a unique set of multidimensional skills is needed to overcome today's challenges. I want to welcome our distinguished panelists to discuss this important topic on soft skills. Rahit Jain, founder and managing director of Safe Lanes Consultant PPE. Adam Lewis, Fleet Training and Development Manager of Zodiac Maritime Limited. Captain Dimitrios Melas, Deputy Training Manager of Angelikousis Group. Adam Parnell, Director of CHIRP. And Leonard Ripke, Director of Sales at Green Jacobsen. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me today. Let's start. What do you think that the maritime stakeholders require from the existing and future crew workforce, considering, of course, the developments of the technology? Is AI and technology impact people on shore and ashore? Who would like to start? Mr. Melas?
Yes, of course. So regarding the stakeholders and the impact and all the AI, it's a new, a new fashion. I think operations have become more and more digitalized, and we need the skills. We need the crew members to better train them. It's a digital world. AI is here to stay, and if you ask me, I'm not so cautious. We all remember Gutenberg back in 1950, where he invented he introduced the letterpress printing, and he changed the whole world. Some think that Gutenberg led to the inauguration of the Renaissance. So AI, it's here. We should not be so cautious. It's here to help, but we have other threats due to digitalization. We have cybersecurity threats that they are coming, they are increasing more and more. We all know, I think this week, that 100 accounts were stolen from the ChatGPT platform. So even now that we are already aware these things happen, we need to train new generations to, although they are tech geeks better than us, they need to be very cautious, and we also need to optimize everything, the logistics on board and ashore, to enhance safety, to enhance decision making. So it's very complicated because the environment is very dynamic.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lewis, do you find that there are some new skills like critical thinking, teamwork, resilience, communication that are required in today's framework to be able to approach the seafarers and do the work in a better way?
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, going on the line of technology, I think this is what technology is going to allow seafarers to do. And I think this is the main skill we need going forward is adaptability and how seafarers interact with technology. As I'm sure we'll talk about in this panel discussion, in the foreseeable future, no one is going to lose their job to AI at sea. No one is going to lose their job to technology, but the way they interact with this technology is going to change. And coming on to some of those traits, like you were saying, like decision making, I think what this technology is going to do, and I hope this is the direction we go in, is it's going to take some of the jobs, the administration heavy jobs, or the jobs that could be automated. We can take those away from the seafarer to allow them to do what the human does well. And that's things like leadership, decision making, critical thinking, and even creativity. And at the moment, those skills can't be replicated by technology. And that's what we need to train our seafarers of the future to do. So I look forward to talking about this more during the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Parnell, I see you agreeing with all the points that were made earlier. How do you think that the industry's workforce will look like in 2030 or 2050? I can see myself, a new generation coming in the business, that they think very differently, they act differently. So how do you think that we can find a way to bridge those differences? And in order to address also a serious crew shortage that we see around the corner.
No, that's a great question, and I don't think they're going to look much different to today in one aspect, in that we'll always want people who are hardworking, committed, loyal. I think where we'll see the changes is going to be in the levels of flexibility, the levels of curiosity, the levels of adaptability. I think it's ironic that as technology becomes more prevalent, actually the role of the human is going to increase in importance and not be replaced by autonomy. I also think that it's a Chinese curse that may you live in interesting times, and we certainly are. It's not just AI, it's autonomy and autonomous shipping, it's new fuels, it's decarbonization. I think we can use that is, in a maritime sense, a revolution. It's also an amazing opportunity to recruit people, to say, people who perhaps in the past wouldn't have been attracted to a maritime career. New roles will open up that we don't even know exist yet. I think there'll be more shore roles that might be needed and more shore support. So perhaps we're able to open up this career to people who are not sufficiently able or fit enough at present to go to sea, because they might be able to do a lot of their role from ashore. I also think what we need to do and what ship operators need to do, though, without being too controversial, is to value the seafarer more. There has been a trend over the last couple of decades where people, they're not exactly commoditized, but they have been not looked after potentially as well as they could be. We hear in Chirp, we hear stories of where people have really intermittent connectivity to the shore and to their loved ones. And yet, if we're going to bring in AI and we're going to bring in remote sensing and we're going to bring in a lot more shore monitoring, we're going to have to vastly improve communications links. And that's just one aspect. But that also brings an opportunity, because now we can retain seafarers at sea because now they've got good connectivity. So I think there's an awful lot we can do. And I think it's going to be iterative, but I also think we're in for a really exciting ride in the next 20 years.
Thank you very much. I was reading the other day on the World Economic Forum that we can see the workforce automating faster than expecting. And it will be the most competitive organizations will be those who will choose to reskill and upskill their current employees. How does shipping need to change to adapt to new demands and cultivate the right mindset to attract and remain people within the maritime industry? Rahid, would you like to?
Thanks, thanks, Maria. Definitely, there are some key areas where shipping can focus its efforts. And I think the first one definitely is how to embrace the new technology, all the advancement which is happening. Training, we are talking about the training, but how I see is that there has to be a drastic change happening in the training. Yes, we are talking about autonomous vessels coming in. The role of seafarers is going to change. The way operation is happening on board the vessel. There's a lot of digitization happening. So training definitely is one of the main area where I see a change is required. Having said that, soft skills still remain as one of the area where we still need to work. So despite all the technological advancement happening, certain soft skills will remain very crucial for crew members, such as, we talk about effective communication, teamwork, leadership. Problem solving is again one of the important one which would be there, as well as critical thinking. So these are the areas where definitely we have scope and we should be working on.
Thank you very much, Rahid. We all faced the challenges in the post-COVID era. So we saw our industry becoming more flexible, more adaptive to change. My question is, do you think that shipping has been successful in embracing and upskilling the maritime professionals, especially given the lessons we have learned in the past? Leonard, would you like to answer this question?
Yes, of course. I think yes, to a certain degree we have been. But one of the things that we always see is that we have a very strong focus on key personnel. If you're talking for the onboard crew, it's always the top 4 that we train extensively. They have a vast skill set usually. So basically speaking, they are not the problem. What we see, and one of the things that we do in Jakobsen is that we have these leadership trainings also for ratings. And one of the things that we really realize in these trainings is that ratings are pretty much a very different animal, so to speak. And what we see is that we have underutilized quite a important part of our workforce, and that we have not trained them as well enough for the future challenges. And coming back to AI that we just spoke about, I think one of the biggest challenges that we will face is as soon as AI enters vessels, and one of the easiest applications that I can imagine is to couple an AI with an ARPA application, giving you suggestions how to avoid a collision, and to actually question the suggestions given by AI. And that is not only a job that we might see on the top 4. It's not only a job that the junior officer, the third mate that is on the watch, might have to do on his own, but it's actually something that we might need to do as a team, as a bridge team of 2 people, and one of them as a rating. So I think that we need to focus much more on what we do with our junior officers and what we do with our ratings on board.
Thank you very much, Leonard. And I think even on our everyday life, we see that. We see even suggestions on our mobile phones, what we should do, or you might want to do this or that. So especially on board the ships, and being also on the insurance and claim side of the business, I believe this could save us a lot of problems going forward. I want to go back to Mr. Melas and Mr. Lewis, and I know you are dealing with a big number of seafarers on a daily basis. What is your advice to ship operators to develop a sustainable skill strategy for their crew on board?
Can I speak? I think ship operators need to identify the skill needs. Okay, we have a lot of seafarers here, more than 9,000. It's a big company, it's a big group. We need to embrace technology and automation. It's becoming a part of our life. So we need to focus on that direction. Environmental practices also is an issue. We will see alternative fuels, we see decarbonization, we see some tendency to right now to ammonia or to different types of engines. So we need a sustainable company for a sustainable future. And in order to achieve this, yes, we need to train them and we need to adapt also. to implement sustainable techniques and strategies in order to flourish, because we have seen in the past plenty, especially Greek companies, Greek ship owners with more than 100 vessels in a decade, they lost it all. It's that's all from my side.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis.
Yeah, thank you. I think from my side, I mean, looking into the future for shipping companies is quite hard, because we're talking about things like AI and decarbonisation. The fact is, the technology that we require in 2050 doesn't exist yet. So actually training people for 15, 20 years time is very, very hard. But actually, I want to come back to a discussion we had earlier about some of the other skills that are needed, because I think things like leadership, communications are going to be required in 2050. We know that. And I think the industry hasn't met the standards it needs to at the moment. Even though we have leadership and things like STCW, it's not adequate at the moment. So I think technology will come, and I think every shipping company is incrementally improving their training as technology is introduced in their fleets. But I think we need to, and looking at the title of this panel as well about soft skills, I think we need to make sure we are training seafarers in those skills as well, because we are going to have people on board, we are going to need mentoring, and we're definitely going to need onboard training. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe that our industry more than ever needs a fast-growing mindset that we do have as an industry, but also we need to look closely to our training techniques and how we do approach the younger generation. And as Mr. Melas mentioned about decarbonization, do you think that this will open opportunities for the younger people? Rahid, what is your view? You are muted.
My apologies for that. So definitely it will open a lot of opportunities for young people. We are talking about new technologies coming in. We are talking about alternate fuels. We are talking about energy efficient propulsion systems. Hydrogen fuel cells. So definitely, as I see, there is a big opportunity there in terms of coming up with new ideas for sustainable technologies as well as for innovation. Now, with the increasing focus on environmental regulations and sustainability in shipping, there is also a need for professionals who can navigate us and ensure compliance with these frameworks. We have talked about on the decarbonization process generates vast amount of data related to the vessel operation. So again, that is again one area in regards to the data analytics and digitalization. So overall, yes, a lot of opportunities I would see for young people.
Thank you very much. I want to ask you if you see the development of soft skills as a tool for retention of seafarers. Adam, Mr. Panel, would you like to, and Leonard also, if you want to, I want to ask you both this question.
Yeah, so could you just ask that question again, because I wasn't sure. I want to make sure
Yes,
I answer it in the right way.
I want to ask you if you find the development of soft skills as a tool to increase retention of the seafarers.
Yeah, no, I that's what I thought. I wanted to just double check, because I think there are two issues here, but I'll answer that one. I think modern seafarers have very much changed over decades. Certainly, I think we have people who expect a more empathic type of leadership, people that have greater emotional IQ, if you like. people who are listened to, people who are valued. And this is very much a societal trend. This isn't limited solely to maritime. I think the more successful companies are the ones that can recruit, retain, and make the best use of their people will be those that actually actively take up and actually exemplify those types of behaviors. One of the things, we are a maritime safety charity, as a very quick snapshot. One of the things we see is that people, too many seafarers tell us that they're not listened to, even when they have concerns. And I think that is something that needs to change through the industry. But we do see that for those companies where a good culture, and I don't mean just a safety culture, but a good welfare culture, a good leadership culture, people who take standards correctly, good training, they are far more successful than those. And actually, I think it's a fallacy. People believe that not providing those things will save them money. Actually, I think the reverse is true. Those that spend the money will actually save the most in the long run.
Thank you very much. Leonard, what is your view?
Pretty much exactly the same as we are obviously not a charity. We do this professionally as a consultancy company. So but what we do is we have a lot of surveys, and this is exactly one of the questions that we ask is kind of like, do you feel listened to? And while to a certain degree, I understand where Adam Lewis is coming from when he said that, well, we need to step up our game when it comes to communication. I agree to that to a certain degree, though I always think that we as an industry are very, very self-critical. When you look at other industry, we are actually quite good. And this is something that I kind of miss quite often, is that we are very, very critical. We are obviously a industry that is very, very safety driven, very obviously operating in a very harsh environment. And therefore, we always want to adhere to the very highest standards. But I sometimes think that due to that, we are a little bit too critical with ourselves. And yes, I agree that obviously there's always room for improvement in terms of communication. But I also want to stress that we are actually doing, as an industry, quite a good job. And I fully agree that with Rashid, that there is a lot of opportunity and tremendous chances for young people in an extremely interesting industry. And I sometimes think that we are just not good enough at marketing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Melas, would you like to add also to this question?
My question is why we focus now on soft skills so much. I mean, the environment was always harsh. Maybe it was more harsh during the past, because I'm an ex-seafarer and ex-master. Dated back in 1999. Okay, it was not so harsh back then, but still, if I can recall my father's memories, yes, it was pretty harsh that time. The problem is the problem. The thing is that I think generations changed. Generations have become more sensitive because they grew up in a not so harsh environment nowadays. They didn't encounter any wars, any conflicts. So they learn to have it already prepared by their parents. So we are becoming more sensitive, and since we are more sensitive, we need to focus more on the soft skills, because we don't have one-man show anymore. We don't have the generation of the 60s, 70s that they could work alone. They didn't need any soft skills training. They could do the job, but the problem is that they couldn't communicate. They didn't have channels of communication. So I think the environment is still harsh, and maybe more than ever. Vessels do not stay anymore in port. But yes, soft skill is an issue, and I think it's the future in order to become more sustainable. The office and the seafarers, I mean. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I couldn't agree more. And I'm sure that Mr. Lewis would also like to add on that. things have changed for sure, and what to an extent is what Mr. Melas said, but also there is increased safety. There is more, we promote more teamwork. Mr. Lewis, what do you think?
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sorry, but I am going to slightly disagree, because when I sit in industry meetings, I hear a lot of criticism coming in about the new generation, about how they're quite soft and so forth. To be honest, I think the young people coming in are fantastic, and they're going to have to deal with an industry that's going to have to decarbonize. Within their lifetime, we're going to run out of oil, probably natural gas. They're going to have to see the whole shift of AI into the industry. So they've got a really hard task. And I think they don't want to put up with some of the rubbish we had on board. I went through my cadetship at the same time, the early 2000s, and I look back now, and some of the ways I was spoken to was absolutely disgusting. And like I say, we put up with it. That was part of the parcel of the cadet program, and they shouldn't have to do that anymore. They are future officers within 3 years, and in 20 years' time, they're going to be our future leaders. So I think we shouldn't necessarily expect the young people to fit into our standards. We should look at how we're going to change leadership and communication to fit in with them. So sorry, that's a bit controversial, but I think, like I say, the young people coming up now are good people, and I think we need to support them.
You see it from a different perspective, but it's getting very interesting. Leonard, you want to add something? I also want to widen a bit the discussion and ask you about the MLC requirements, and if you feel that we need to include mandatory training on wellness and mental health for seafarers going forward, if this would help.
I'm not too much a fan of adding more compliance rules. So I think that we have a lot of compliance already. So I'm not entirely sure if that really helps. But I'm not an expert on regulations in that regards. I just wanted to expand very briefly on Adam Lewis, because he kind of gave an outlook to the future, which I utterly, completely agree to. This is I see it exactly the same thing. The funny thing is that when you look back to the past, just looking at what was written in the logbooks when we still sailed the seas, and I mean literally sailed the seas, there was not much technicalities in there. It was all about soft skills, that the cookie and the bosun had a fight with a knife or whatever. And that is actually something what we have lost, I think, to a certain degree, simply because the crews have gotten so much smaller that we actually lost a lot of our soft skills. It's much easier to retain your soft skills when you're 50 people on board, and not to say you're 200 people on board. Now we're 12. So it's obviously much harder, and I fully agree that the young people coming into our industry, they are fantastic. I'm not so sure that they are that soft. I've met some of them in some seminars, and there were some pretty soft guys. So yeah, and ladies. So yeah, thanks.
And also, I think we want to attract them to the profession because they have other options. In the past, I'm not sure how many options they had, but now they do. We take them to universities, they have a whole world. So, you know, we need to get better to reach their standards.
Yeah.
Rahit?
Yeah, I would like to add one thing. I would tend to agree and disagree with what Leonard mentioned. To some extent, I do agree that having new regulations, we already have a lot of regulations. I fully agree. But, you know, one of the challenge which I see, especially with in the shipping industries, unless and until we bring it as a regulatory requirement, we will not work on it. That is something which my experience has been so far. We tend to work on issues only when we see that it is coming up as a regulatory requirement. We have gone through this phase of COVID. We have seen how much, I'm not saying others hasn't affected, but even for the shipping personnel, they have impacted a lot. Mental well-being, right now, we are talking a lot on human factor when it comes, especially on the tanker industry. Although bulk carrier industry now with RightShip, they are giving focus on well-being as well. But the way I see, we need to collectively work on human factors as well as well-being. And sad to say, but we need to get it as a requirement. Then only we will start working on it. So incorporating that wellness and mental health in MLC requirements for all seafarers, that would definitely be one of the positive steps as I see.
I wouldn't complain. I mean, we earn money on that, so yeah.
If you could change one thing to have an, to attract more young people in the outside the industry to the shipping industry, what this would be, men or women? Because being also a member of WISTA, I would like to see more women going on board as well and have a more equal environment, which I think personally that it is in the benefit of a shipping company. It's not easy. I appreciate all the difficulties, but looking forward, I believe it will help to have a more balanced environment on board, which is for everyone's benefit. But if it was one thing that you could change, what this would be? I will start with Mr. Melas.
I have in mind two. I'm sorry, but
it's okay. Let's say we are generous and we can change two.
Thank you very much. The first one is the working conditions, the living conditions on board. A good cook will improve the living conditions. A well-trained crew will do that for sure. Companies backup, spare parts, no stress for the chief engineer when he has a malfunction. All these are working condition. Internet speed, PPE, proper PPE, good quality, salaries, and maybe less months on board. But the other thing, the root cause, in my opinion, is that we haven't introduced the maritime business, the shipping industry, from the elementary schools. We need to go there and focus there. This is the root cause, in my opinion, because my kid, I have 3 kids. My older son is 16 years old. They don't know what is happening on board. They do not know what is the life of a seafarer. Why? Because the state haven't introduced means to tell them about the salary, about the environment, about the opportunities they have, even for the shore-based jobs. So yes, I would say that we need to improve the living conditions on board, but we need also to embrace kids from a very early age and introduce the shipping industry and how this works.
I think I couldn't agree more. And there is a Project Connect, I think, that is a program that is under the auspices of the ministry, and they go on board, they go to the schools and they put in touch the seafarers with the younger children. Unfortunately, shipping usually attracts the interest of the media only when we have a bad incident.
Correct.
So we are usually at the corner, and we are the bad people that we only, want to harm the environment and do our job, which is not the case. And I believe that it's very important for the shipping industry to invest in their image.
Yes, I know, Maria. You are right. Project Connect is just a brick on the wall. We need to complete the wall. And the initiative, it's the Cyprian initiative, then now the Greek state also embraced it. And also they adopt a vessel for 3 months, especially here in the Agilikus group. We offer 3-4 vessels and they adopt it. And the master with the school has a correspondence for 3 months, and they change emails and they do it in English also. It's an excellent initiative. I fully support it, but it's still we need more.
Yes, and I think on this front, it would also help, as we talked earlier, to improve the conditions on board and make it more attractive for the younger people. By this way, also, the Greek mothers will be more relaxed to allow their children to go at sea, which I have seen my mother, her reaction with my brother when he even mentioned that he wanted to go to become a seafarer. So yes, there are a lot of things to be done for sure. Mr. Lewis, what would you change?
Yes, thank you. It's
One
really,
or two.
okay, it's one thing really, but it's in support of what's just been said about transparency and something earlier that Leonard said, because we are fantastic at some of the stuff we do. We are brilliant. The way we train young people straight out of school, we train them all the way up to Master Mariner. We fund their training. But I mean, just to give one example, I was reading a book last week from quite a famous airline entrepreneur who put in his book about how shipping emits a lot more CO2 into the atmosphere than planes do. And it was a total skew of statistics, because we all know per ton mile, a plane is about, I don't know, about 200 times more polluting than a ship. But of course, when you transport 90% of, or 97% of all goods, of course, you're going to put more CO2 in the atmosphere. But at the end of the day, where's our counter? You know, we've got the airlines telling people that, but we're not countering. And I think sometimes we need to actually show the public what we're doing. Because, you know, even after being in the industry 25 years, I find it hard to believe that we transport 97% of all goods. It's amazing how we do it and how our seafarers do it. And I think we really need to showcase them sometimes and show the fantastic job they do. Thanks.
And also how we manage to keep the chain, the trade chain going during COVID.
Absolutely. You know, people in, I'm sure it was the same everywhere. People were complaining about a lack of goods in their shops. But actually, that wasn't the fault of the seafarers. The goods were stacking up in port because they were bringing them in a nice, timely manner. It was actually the land transportation that couldn't get into the shops. So, yeah, I think it was definitely seafarers' hour there, even though they weren't recognised.
And also, I think they realized that when we had this disruption of the trade chain with when the Suez Canal was closed for just 4 days. So, Mr. Parnell, what would you change?
It's similar to the things that everybody else has said, but and you touched on it there with COVID. It's the status of the seafarer. I think it's too low. I think, as Leonard said, there are too many people who are sea blind. They don't even know the role of seafarers. And I thought what Dimitros said was really fascinating, that idea of sponsoring the vessel. There are some elements of our industry, unfortunately, who see seafarers as a cost pressure to be borne down on. And there is a bit of a race to the bottom in some circles. And as I said earlier, the more successful companies are those who are treating seafarers well, and actually they are the ones who are recruiting and retaining. But overall, it's about their status. During COVID, and I think even now, many countries still don't see seafarers as a key worker. But as the other Adam has just said, you know, people complained and were quick to point the finger about lack of goods in the shops, not realizing that many of those people who are bringing those same goods might not have physically stepped ashore in 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 months, who are away from their families for vast lengths of time, poor communications, in some cases, poor dietary, poor nutrition, poor welfare conditions, poor living conditions. So for me, it's about improving the status of the seafarer and giving them the respect that I think they deserve.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Rahid, this is your turn. What would you change?
Maya, I would just like to add on what Parnell and Adam says. I think it's time for us to start marketing ourselves. Now, we as an industry, it's need for us to let the world know about our positive contribution we are making to the society, and for that matter, for the economic development of the companies. So that is something which we must tell to the industry the role which we are playing in the sustainable development and commitment towards environmental stewardship. That is something which is important. And I believe that is something which would appeal also our young men and women to consider shipping as a career. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Rahid. I couldn't agree more to what you have all said, and our industry is playing on a daily basis a crucial role in the global economic development, and I think this should be recognized. And I hope that Project Connect will have more and more vessels and get in touch with more and more students and young kids, and they're looking forward to see how the life of a seafarer is and how the trade chain is keeps on and continues every day, and how important the role of a seafarer is, and not only accusing a seafarer or arresting them when an unfortunate incident happens, which will happen, statistically will happen. We have the Day of the Seafarer due on June 25th, and I would like to ask you for a key message to the industry stakeholders, our seafarers, and those young people who are interested in shipping on the occasion of that day. Mr. Melas.
Thank you, Maria. It's a very important day for me also. I used to be an ex-seafarer, so for the stakeholder, I could recognize their contribution to the global trade and global economy, and their investments they do for a sustainable future. To the seafarers, they play a crucial role, and because they keep the world connected, so they need to take care of their mental well-being and their physical health. And to young people, it's a diverse career. We have diverse career opportunities. They can come, they can taste it, and they can choose either a life on board or a shore-based career. The environment is very dynamic, and career in shipping is vital. Even if autonomous shipping will, knock our door, still we should have seafarers either ashore, controlling and checking, or on board to troubleshoot or for the emergency situations.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lewis.
I think really to address future seafarers, which is where I've been focused recently, is I think the industry is positively changing. At the end of the day, world trade is going up. We will continue to meet that 97% of world transportation. That means shipping more, but we're getting much better at doing it. I think we just have to look at the discussions we've spoken about today, and we're going to ship cleaner. We're going to make life on board for those better. We're going to have better leadership. There's going to be better opportunities. With advancing technology, we can use that technology to advance the welfare and career of a seafarer on board. Like we've covered today, no one's going to be replaced by technology, but I very much doubt in 2050 there's going to be a seafarer on the watch at 2 in the morning in the middle of the Pacific when there's no ships around. That's where we can use technology positively. So I think it's a really advancing industry, and I think it's a really exciting time to be part of it at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Parnell.
Quite similar to my last answer, really. I think we just need my one message would just be to actually look after crew welfare, treat people well, and if in doubt, be kind.
Thank you very much. Leonard?
I think though we should highlight especially to the young generations, how interesting our industry is. And just if I look at myself, I'm from Germany, so and I have hardly any German friends, and because most of my friends coming from the industry, and so they're coming from everywhere. So one of my best friends is Indian, living in India. Another one is Cypriot, obviously living in Cyprus, and it's a extremely diverse industry or family, if you want. And that's one of the things that I would like to highlight, how interesting it is to work in the shipping industry. And the other part is that it actually gives you a tremendous skill set. So same like Mr. Milas, I'm actually a seafarer, and because you are alone on a ship in the vast ocean, you kind of have to know everything a little bit. You kind of have, you're not an expert in anything, but you can help yourself, so to speak, pretty much with everything everywhere. And that is an extremely valuable and extremely interesting skill set to have. And I think that we are not good enough marketing how interesting our industry actually is. Thank you.
I think the fact that we are all involved in this industry and we all find it fascinating, I think passes a message.
True.
And the vessels are not like, you know, a simple piece of machine in the middle of nowhere. Now they are more complicated. We are talking about a diverse set of skills that you need to be out there. And you know, I have spoken to a number of people who were interested in shipping, and one thing they mention is, you know, the ships will become autonomous and they won't need us. So now you want us to go to an industry that we won't have any future going forward, which is not true. And I don't believe that. And following our discussion today, I believe it less and less, because it will be more, the people will be able to use the machines and the AI and all the input from the technology to do their job better. So yes, I think this is another point that it would be nice to touch upon. Rahid, sorry, I intervened in your answer.
Oh, no worries at all, Maria. Thanks for that. So, okay, on this day of Seafarer, firstly, I would like to congratulate each and every individual associated with the maritime transportation. I think we move approximately 80% of the global trade by volume, and I think around 70% by value through sea. I think that's a phenomenal amount of work what we put in. So that is something which we all should be proud of. Now, talking about on the stakeholders, I think with the change in industry, digitalization, decarbonization, or what all things, new regulations coming up, we are giving a lot of focus on the technology, but I think somehow we are not giving the equal importance and focus on the seafarer. So my message to the stakeholders would be, as we are enhancing our technology, we need to enhance our seafarers. We need to look into their well-beings, their welfare. That is something which is very, very important for us. And I'm not sure whenever the autonomous ship comes, but at this point of time, looking into the regulations we have and coming up, we need to increase the manpower on board. So that is something which I would like to pass on the message to the stakeholders. For the seafarers, they are the backbone, definitely of the maritime industry. So yes, I just appreciate whatever they are doing, and just continue to show their commitment and professionalism towards safety and the future, which is shipping is shaping up.
Thank you very much, Rahid. I'm very happy to see that we are all calling the young people to consider shipping, because it's a very interesting profession. But I don't know, and I must share this experience I had a few weeks ago with a young cadet who was trying hardly to find a job, and it's not an easy task. And I believe that from our end, we should make it easier when we see someone to be very keen to follow the seafarer's profession, because it's not an easy profession. And we need to look back and see why this is getting complicated sometimes. Mr. Melas, you wanted to add something. I just wanted to share this experience I had a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I wanted to say, before I say what I had in mind, regarding the cadet, you know, the vessels and shipping has changed and all are becoming more complicated. So we have more filters now. We filter more the people we hire, especially here in the group. So yes, it's difficult for a cadet to find a job if he doesn't comply with some minimum requirements regarding our company. Even if he's very keen to follow a job on board, he still has to, you know, has some scores to pass and some filters here to, such as our trainings. Our trainings are the best filter here we have before he joined on board. But for the seafarers, I need to share that we are still experiencing the large wakes of the COVID pandemic that left behind. So what I need to tell them is to seek advice when it's needed. And companies should establish channels to have a bi-directional communication in order to create a better future for them.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you all for taking the time and having this very nice discussion, and I think it was enlightening. Soft skills are here to stay, and I think it's one of the most important skills that the young people should have. And not only for the young people, it's a way to communicate better. So I think it's a very important skill for everyone. I would like to thank Safety for Sea for giving us the opportunity to share our views on such an important topic, and also for organizing this crew welfare conference. I think it's very important to have it online so that everyone could have access to it. And well done for this initiative, because we show how important the role of the seafarer is for our industry. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, I'm Edel Kutukova, a former mariner, and I am a certified instructor for Danish Maritime Authorities Safety and Health course and have years of experience facilitating courses at Green Jacobsen. In my presentation, I will be delving into the importance of soft skills and crew welfare, aiming to provide valuable insights in the following questions. How do soft skills contribute to enhancing crew welfare? What is the most effective approach to developing soft skills among the crew? And which soft skills are essential for every crew member? Let's begin. How do soft skills contribute to enhancing crew welfare? When it comes to enhancing crew welfare, we often concentrate on tangible initiatives that improve the living and working conditions on board. These initiatives include setting up recreational and wellness facilities, providing internet connectivity, and transitioning to automated tools and equipment. Undoubtedly, these measures can enhance crew welfare and serve as valuable starting points. However, if we truly aim to enhance crew welfare by enabling our crew to adapt well to the constantly evolving workplace and meet the increasing demands and industry standards, we need a more sustainable and practical approach. The best example of such an approach is the development of soft skills among onboard leaders and crew members. There is a growing recognition that it's not just what people do, but how they do their jobs that makes a difference in achieving objectives. Performance is not solely dependent on technical knowledge and hard skills. Non-technical skills or soft skills also significantly influence performance. To effectively accomplish tasks on board, the crew must possess not only technical and professional skills, but also the abilities to make sound judgments, communicate effectively, adapt to changing conditions, and innovate. Furthermore, to foster motivation, build harmonious relationships, and manage the dynamics on board, the crew must be capable of dealing with individuals from diverse backgrounds and effectively handling conflicts and disagreements that are likely to arise within a diverse team. Now, what is the most effective approach to developing soft skills among the crew? It is crucial to recognize that developing soft skills is not an overnight process. It takes time. Soft skills development can take various forms, such as courses, onboard training, workshops, or coaching sessions. Regardless of the form it takes, a soft skills development initiative should provide your crew with 3 essential elements. Firstly, an opportunity to review and reflect on their own performance. We understand that crew members both on board and ashore carry substantial responsibilities. As they become busier finding time to pursue, review, and reflect on these approaches becomes increasingly challenging. Therefore, we must help them focus their attention on areas where performance can be improved and strengthened. Reviewing and reflecting on their own performances serves as a starting point for crew members to develop the soft skills they may lack. Is it easy? No. It is not necessarily comfortable to face one's flaws or imperfections, and we must push people to realize where they can improve. Equally important is providing them with effective tools and consistent follow-ups. Secondly, performing an open and trusting atmosphere. When crew members feel pressured to be perfect all the time, there is no room for making mistakes. Additionally, when a significant power distance exists, Crew members may project themselves as knowing more than everyone else about everything. In such cases, they tend to shoulder all responsibilities themselves and avoid involving their team members to prevent mistakes. Unfortunately, this results in their team members missing out on collaborative experiences and valuable learning opportunities. Furthermore, soft skills require consistency in practice. The more crew members practice their soft skills, the more these skills become ingrained in their work habits. Without an open and trusting culture, the application of soft skills can be hindered. Crew members may fear or hesitate to utilize their soft skills when onboard workplace fails to encourage such behavior. Lastly, a development journey. We often emphasize that development is not a one-time event, and this holds true for soft skills as well. Development is a continuous journey, especially in today's fast-paced world. Crew members need to continually sharpen their soft skills, adapt to ever-changing dynamics, and stay updated with industry realities. Therefore, a standalone soft skills course is never sufficient. Crew members must learn how to translate their knowledge into actions and embark on this development journey throughout their entire careers. Now let's explore a couple of examples of must-have soft skills for the crew. Which soft skills are essential for the crew? The best soft skills for crew members to acquire or develop are the ones that help them navigate the realities and conditions on board while supporting their welfare, ultimately enabling them to develop excellent performance. Again, it is crucial to emphasize that these soft skills thrive in a workplace with an open and trusting culture. Conflict is inevitable in any environment, but it is not always a negative occurrence. How the crew handles conflict determines whether it will be beneficial or harmful. Instead of limiting themselves to being either aggressive or passive during conflicts or disagreements, crew members should consider a third and more effective option: being assertive. This involves thinking before speaking and communicating calmly. By being aware of themselves and the situation and not allowing high emotions to sway them, crew members can convey their messages in a manner that encourages attentive listening and cautious reactions. Being assertive opens opportunities for productive dialogue. Communicating assertively can help the crew resolve conflicts and handle stressful situations. A conflict, disagreement, or stressful scenario is considered successfully handled when both parties, the crew members and others, feel comfortable during and after the situation. Various communication models can assist crew members in practicing appropriate assertiveness. In addition to assertiveness, crew members must possess cross-cultural skills, particularly cultural awareness and effective communication. Having been a seafarer myself, I understand the opportunities that arise when working with people from diverse cultural backgrounds, and I have personally witnessed and experienced the benefits of such interactions. When colleagues share their ideas and experiences, I learn and gain broader perspectives that inform my decision-making and actions. However, I also acknowledge that working and interacting with people from other cultures can be challenging at times. Common cross-cultural communication hurdles come into play. Allow me to provide an example. The pause, think, adjust model can significantly improve communication across cultures. Pause. Pause when encountering a communication crossroad. Take a moment to assess the situation. Instead of rushing to conclusions or hastily delivering your message, acknowledge that you are in a multicultural setting. Be aware that what you see, say, or listen to may be interrupted or interpreted. Be aware that what you say, see, or listen to may be interpreted differently across cultures. Think. Recall your knowledge of body language and relevant cultural nuances that influence the thinking and behavior of the people you're working with. Being aware of cultural aspects that might act as barriers to effectively communicate is crucial when sharing information with colleagues or a multicultural crew. Finally, adjust. Adapt your behavior to match the requirements of the task and cultural background of your team members. This entails adjusting your body language, phrasing, and questioning techniques when communicating and seeking understanding. Uncertainty and diversity are inherent to the seafaring profession. While they can present challenges, they can be effectively managed with the right soft skills at hand. In conclusion, it is imperative for companies to prioritize the development of seafarers' soft skills, equipping them with the essential tools and competencies that foster an open and trusting culture. By doing so, we not only enhance crew welfare, but also elevate performance to new heights. Let us embrace this responsibility with dedication and empathy, empowering seafarers to navigate the challenges of their profession with confidence and resilience. Together, we can create an environment where seafarers thrive, propelling the maritime industry forward with a harmonious blend of personal growth and professional excellence. Thank you for listening. Have a blessed and wonderful day ahead.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be participating in the Crew Welfare Week, being thankful for the great organization by Safety for Sea. My name is Valentinos Steliou. I'm an Innovation Director at Mintra, and today I would like to present to you how we can, how we should, and how we are going to be developing the Seafarer of tomorrow. For the last 10 years, we, our industry, our crew, have been fully occupied on great efforts for digitalization across the entire value chain. We have seen the evolution in the interconnection between people, vessels, and systems through real-time data exchange. We are seeing initiatives to bring autonomous ships, artificial intelligence, and process automation. We are in the middle of an era where environmental sustainability in shipping has come into focus, an era that will make green shipping the new normal. Our industry, confidently and righteously, makes its move towards a new shipping era simply because it keeps the world moving. While the technological evolution has impacted every corner of our industry, it has also brought challenges to our seafarers and their future, while there is a great shift in job requirements. In addition to those challenges, we have been brought off guard by the pandemic, which immobilized crew changes and brought uncertainty. However, this also helped our industry to adopt new and emerging opportunities. Who are those? The need for upskilling and reskilling of our seafarers to become ready for the new era has become a priority. The essential skills that the seafarer had to possess in order to navigate metaphorically and physically during COVID-19 have prompted all of us to look at skills beyond the traditional technical competencies. Those skills have been resilience, communication, flexibility, leadership, accountability, problem sensitivity, and many more. Those have been the skills that kept our industry on its feet during hardship, and they are still holding strong today during today's global geopolitical landscape. Those are skills that augment automatic processes to enable safer and more efficient operations. Having realized now the importance of non-technical skills, our industry has adjusted its strategy and started responding to crucial questions. Those are, where do we stand today in this regard? How equipped are we today to prepare the seafarer of tomorrow? Are we able to evaluate non-technical skills, identify gaps, and help our crew develop the multidimensional skills needed for the future? How have these questions been answered by the industry? Well, since 2021, the usage of non-technical skill assessments has seen an 120% increase in comparison to the pre-COVID era. The search for tools, solutions, and processes that combine the development of our crew on technical and non-technical skills has seen a massive increase. Such tools have emerged rapidly in different forms like assessments, psychometrics, personality tests, personal development courses, and many more. Another thing is that training and development started to be accessible in different forms through virtual reality, simulation learning, personalized learning, and micro-learning. Tools and sources are now available on any device, bringing knowledge and development to wherever the seafarer is and generating data in real time faster than ever before. Those facts underline the strong understanding of our industry for the need to have a skilled crew who are able to handle both technical and non-technical challenges for the new evolving roles and the future of shipping. But let's pause for a moment for a reality check. While we're talking about digitalization, green shipping, evolving roles, technical and non-technical skills, We need to understand that at the forefront of this evolution is the emotional and physical welfare of our seafarers. As we move towards such challenging but promising times, we need to utilize technology to our advantage, bringing tools to our seafarers that will help them develop in the best way possible, in a way that will make their life better and not harder. We want effective tools and technologies that will bring alignment between our crew and the values and strategy of our organizations. We want solutions that are designed with the seafarer in mind and specific to our industry. We want complete solutions that will support the rapid evolution driven from the technological advancements and the need for the new evolving roles. Now, going back to the importance of soft skills. The last 5 minutes we have covered why they're needed from our industry and their role on the successful continuation of our operations. And we also covered why they are important for the welfare of our crew. We rely on crew members to have the right attributes for optimal performance, from captains with strong leadership skills to deck officers with ability to cope under pressure. So in this regard, what makes a tool a great tool and a good solution, able to help to improve maritime safety in all aspects, one that enables correct data-driven decisions and supports target training and development for personnel. The tool needs to be industry specific, meaning it needs to relate to each and every one of the roles required for great operations, a tool designed for the maritime industry. We also want a tool that is rank specific, so we can have a more accurate overview for each crew member. We want a tool that enables benchmarking and the ability to compare assessed seafarers with industry and company established norms, so that we can have an objective picture and be able to identify potential shortfalls. We, of course, need to be able to recruit and promote seafarers combining their technical and non-technical skills, minimizing our risks on board. A great tool that will offer comprehensive reporting with smart visualization of data and insights for interpretation support, so that we can gain deep understanding of the likely performance of board. Last but not least, and it's most important, we need to have access to continuous development and improvement of any identified skilled shortcomings, also in an industry-specific, targeted, and cost-effective manner. Underlying once more, our crew will be fit for their future roles, technologies, and maritime landscape through development which aims to create the right attributes in soft skills. So let's deliver for the seafarer of tomorrow and drive our industry towards its promising future. Thank you very much.
Right. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Crew Welfare Week by Safety for Sea. And this is your best crew welfare panel, which we've got a fantastic panel to actually discuss from. So many ideas. We were bustling in the background over here, which we thought we could bring to you in due course. But again, thank you so much to Mr. Belokas and his team at Safety for Sea for making this possible. I mean, it's so important that we showcase these kind of topics where it so far has been those taboo topics, but now it's all becoming so important and relevant. And we hope that at the end of this discussion that we can all take away very positive ideas and thoughts and best practices and make a concentrated effort. So just to start with the introductions, myself, I'm Captain Harry Subramaniam, and I work with the Ship Owners P&I Club. I'm based in Singapore, and I've been with the club for 15 years. I think they've tolerated me for a long time. But after coming from a background of sailing on a lot of different ships, I then came to the club, and I was with the loss prevention department where we saw a lot of claims, many of them crew illness claims, injury claims, inexplicable injury claims, and then we used to always come down to a different culture where it turned out to be like a blame culture. But I think somewhere down the line, we've got it right now, and we are looking more into crew attitudes, crew focus, why they're thinking this way. I mean, we've got umpteen number of tools, we've got so much training. There's absolutely no way the seafarer could say that he wasn't privy to that information, or he was oblivious, or he didn't have the right training. I think sometimes we inundate them with too much. But then, however, in spite of that, the claims we get to see some of my colleagues from shipping companies and from the other P&I clubs, it's so rudimentary when you come to it. I mean, it was so inexplicable on why the person behaved that way. And that takes us on a different tangent to wonder why seafarers behave, what are the factors that trigger them, and hopefully we could showcase some of this. So now I handle a program for the club, which is the Medici. It's pre-employment medicals, because we believe physical health is the first step before you can reach mental well-being. You just can't go to stage 2 without one. And hopefully I could make this platform lively, and we could have some good balls kicked around over here. Earlier, like we said, crew welfare, it started all the way from 2008. I mean, before that, there wasn't anything of crew welfare and all that. We just had to do the jobs, robots as they called us. But now after, the markets crashed in 2008, and then shipping went into doldrums. And then 2015, there was a further crash in oil prices. And then there were offshore industry took a beating. There were so many ships that went straight from the, building yard to the scrapyard. And there were many seafarers without job. 2020, we can't say enough about COVID. We're still kind of not yet fully recovered from what's happened. And it will go on. We just have to equip ourselves better and realize our seafarers are the most important people, our most important link that keep the industry ticking. There are a lot of tools. A lot of us are professionals. We all come out with ideas. But I would like to underline saying that we also have a lot of good products in the market, or tools in the market developed by professional companies, mental well-being companies. And we should think about using them, then coming out with that brilliant idea which is already there. It just makes it so fragmented. And instead of actually adding to our seafarers' lives, making it better, it's more stressful. Something like what you have the same egg dish, but you have so many different controls, because that's what makes the product different. And then who's left to man those different tillers is just our good old seafarers. So on that note, I'd like to introduce our expert panel. And I must tell you, I'm very excited to be part of this discussion. I'll start with the list I have. We have Marios Minu, we have Ross Miller, Penelope Robotis, Christos Siakomas, and Belinda Ward. We had a Captain Socrates Stigos also, but unfortunately he's not been able to join. I'm now going to invite the panelists one by one to say a few words about themselves. Marios Minu, would you like to say a few words about yourself?
Yes, of course. Thank you for the introduction, Captain Harry. As you said, my name is Marios Minu. I'm the deputy crew manager of Latsko Marine Management. I'm in this company the last 3 years, and in general, already 10 years in the crewing department. as you already correctly stated, the last 2 years were really challenging, bringing a lot of experience to all of us working in the crewing sector. And we are really happy to participate in this crew welfare panel along with great participants. Thank you very much for the introduction.
Thank you very much, Marios. Can I now ask Ross Miller, Captain Ross Miller, to please give a few lines about himself?
Thank you very much, Captain Harry. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world, everyone. My name is Ross Miller. I currently work for Steamship Mutual, one of the P&I clubs. And previous to this, I was at sea. I was fortunate enough to reach the dizzy ranks of master. Very fortunate indeed. So I have a good idea of what some seafarers may or may not feel when they are at sea. So from there, I then came ashore. I became a pilot, a marine pilot. Again, fortunately, I got a marine pilot's job. And then from there, I came ashore and started working for one of the major law firms in the City of London, doing casualty investigation and claims. And from there, I came to the club where I currently work in the loss prevention department, seeing a multitude of different types of claims. And yes, I just very much enjoy the work that I do now, and I'm looking forward to the panel discussion with everyone else here. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Ross. Yes, we are very happy to have you with your very vast experience as well over here. Can I now request Penelope Robotis to please say a few lines about herself as well?
Yes, good afternoon, good evening to all, and thank you for having me on board here on your panel. I am a clinical organizational psychologist, and the last, I think, roughly 6 years, I've moved away from the private practice and working with IMEC. IMEC Center is a company that specializes in pre-employment mental health testing. So I am the head of the department that does the psychometrics and recruitment. I don't know what much I can say about the company. It's a startup. It began in 2016, and we've been working hard on improving our pre-employment testing, because we feel like it's not just about offering a pre-employment testing when a seafarer gets there, but it also has to do with the safety on board and the crew safety. So I'm very interested in the subject and been reading a lot, studying a lot on it, and learning a lot, because I come from a very different place. So thank you for having me here.
That's brilliant, Penelope. Thank you so much. And I mean, this is exactly what I said in my opening. I mean, we've got experts like you and organizations like IMEC who kind of actually provide these very valuable tools. And a lot of people are not aware. And then, they decide to get that brainwave and they say, oh, this is like, the light bulb on my head, and they have the light bulb moment. But unfortunately, you've got, floodlights outside over there if you just choose to look. And so I think it's important that you're on this call, because you would give us that viewpoint, which I think would be the missing piece in the jigsaw puzzle. Thank you so much. Great to have you on board.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Can I just request now Christos Tialkumar to please give us a brief introduction of himself. And
hello, Captain Harry. Thank you very much for having me here today. It's a pleasure and an honor. I would like also to thank Safety for Sea and Mr. Belokas for the invitation. I'm very happy to see that we are all expertise and we all come from working in the same industry, but from different backgrounds. So I started working with crewing 20 years ago. And I'm working as a crew manager for the last almost 12 years now with Dorian. What I learned, though, in the last 2 years with the COVID, I think that it accumulates on the knowledge that I received in the previous 18. It was a very challenging period. I think that we have a lot to say, and for the welfare of our seafarers and also for the mental health and the stress. I think 2 main categories have managed to sustain the whole planet during the COVID period. The one, of course, is the related with medicine, with medical employees. And the second part, I think that we need to claim the honor for our seafarers, since we managed to continue the supply of the products around the planet, even the fact that some of the countries were actually denying the crew changes take place. I'm sorry for that. It was a very big pain for the last comment. Thank you very much for having me. I hope that we're going to have a very live and very enthusiastic discussion. Thank you so much.
Yes, indeed. Very happy to have you on board, Christoph. It's very important that we also know what you all are the people who actually put things into practice on board, make it happen finally, laid out for our seafarers. So it's great that we have you all to share your viewpoint as well. And last but not the least, please may I invite Belinda Ward to give us a few brief lines about herself.
Hi, Captain Harry, and also thank you very much to Safety for Sea for inviting me on board. It's been a very interesting crew welfare program that has been put together this week, and I'm delighted to be a part of it. Like Captain Harry and Ross, I also come from the world of the P&I Club, the international group. My career has been a lot more straightforward, I think, probably. I've been at North Standard for over 30 years. Specializing in the handling of crew claims all that time. I head up the crew claim department there, which cuts across all our geographical regions and memberships, with a team based all over the world. I also wrote the original module for the international group qualification for people claims, and continue to be involved in that. And our team, unlike the loss prevention team, actually manages the PEMI program at Legacy North side. I'm also involved in various other international group subcommittees in relation to crew issues. So pleasure to be here. Looking forward to the day.
That's brilliant, Belinda. I mean, I think you've been very modest in how you've just given it in a few lines, but I think people who are in the world realize the magnitude of your experience. I think it's also important because, I mean, Ross and I have been trying to prevent these things from happening, and you've seen it happen. So that would bring a very interesting perspective as well. Thank you all. And once again, thank you to all our panelists to be here. I'm going to dive into the questions and then so that we can maximize on time. I would like to start, and there's one question which I think we could open for the panel, and I would go in line, which would be, what, in your opinion, what is the top factor that defines true happiness? I mean, if that was something you thought that a happy crew would look like, you went on board and you said, this is a happy crew, what would you look for? You know, and if I could start the ball rolling with Penelope, ladies first.
In my opinion, I think having a sense of belongingness. I think from the time we're born till the time we pass on, I think having a sense of belongingness in any setting, whether that's the family, whether that's work, or friends, is a very important factor. Therefore, and it's important because human beings are social beings. We're all social beings. In other words, we are shaped by our interactions with others, and we shape others. So relationships become the fundamental part. A sense of belongingness, I think, is very important in any setting.
Great. Yeah.
Let alone in a setting like on board, on a vessel, where you are there with maybe another 20 people being there for quite a while. If you don't feel like you belong there, if you don't feel welcome, if you don't feel people appreciate you, respect you, that can create a lot of stress. And I think a lot of the studies show that engagement, employee engagement, is related to a sense of feeling I belong here, I'm appreciated, I'm respected. So belongingness would be my number one factor. Thank you.
Brilliant. I mean, we go through a lot of seminars and usually we hear a lot of varied things. Belonging is something so very relevant, I think. And I think there's a lot of discussion on whether, you know, internet is a boon or a bane. We always talked of having that smoke room culture on board and, you know, encourage people to meet at the end of the day and thrash it out. We wouldn't like the engineer going to sleep thinking that the third mate like stole his valuable spanner. But at the end of the day, when they caught up in the smoke room, and then kind of it would be a great thing. Unfortunately, now internet has come on board. Fortunately or unfortunately, I can't make a decision there. But it kind of puts people in silos as well. They prefer retiring to their rooms in the comfort of their mobile devices rather than social interaction. And I mean, like I said, boon or bane, we could be probably discussing this all day. So very good, thank you. Can I now move to Ross? Ross, your thoughts on what would a happy crew on board look like?
Yeah, of course. I think it's actually a more complex question than just one factor, but happiness is highly subjective, and what makes one person happy doesn't necessarily make another person happy. And the example I would give of that is I love skiing. My 11-year-old, it makes them miserable. So it's just a small way of just differentiating. But there are common issues related to happiness when you consider employment or work, like getting paid the correct amount on time, good employment prospects, developing opportunities, or working with like-minded people. So I see it as a number of components rather that need to be aligned, so that seafarers feel valued, respected, and listened to, and actually where their physical and mental and social well-being is being prioritized. So if I was to choose one thing, I would say it's slightly jumping on Penelope's bandwagon of saying the fact that they need to be valued and respected. And if they do feel that, if they genuinely have a connection with their employers, they will move heaven and earth for them, and the ships will become safer, efficient, and very happy places to work.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you. I think you and I have been those old sea dogs, and kind of that's what we kind of bonded with. That's what made us stick with employers for so long, kind of even though they were not the highest pay masters. People like to jibe saying, oh, a few bucks more and you'll jump an employer, but that's not the case. You know, deep down we know actually it's a value of belonging, being valued, which is so very important. Great point. Thanks, Ross. And if I could now make my way to Marios. Marios, your thoughts on this? Your top factor?
Yeah, I totally agree with Mr. Robotis and Mr. Miller, what already commented. From the crewing part, I must add that the culture of respect that we should build with between companies and seafarers is very important. Seafarers must feel important. They are the backbone of the shipping industry. They are the ones that are doing the job, as you stated in the beginning. So they should be aware of this, and they should feel this in every day of their life. Of course, this is difficult to manage every day, but we must try by all means to make it possible. Also, effective communication between both on board and ashore is a very important aspect, which should be taken into consideration. The seafarers should feel that they have open doors, both to the master in any problem that they might face on board, or to their manning agents, or to the owners, managers. That way, the welfare and the mental status on board will remain on a high level. And as taking into considerations what we have learned last 2 years, it is a key factor.
Yeah, I guess they don't feel alone as long as they've got help on the other side.
Yes,
they know you're the lifeline.
Yes, also using the internet on their favor, of course. Not
yes.
being isolated in their cabins, as you stated previously, but promote the culture of communication on board between the seafarers. It's really important as well.
Indeed, yeah, and exactly why. I mean, it's very difficult to decide whether it's a boon or a bane, internet. And having said that, I mean, I think Ross and I have sailed in those eras where forget about internet. We never even had handphones, you know, and we used to wait for those little letters to come in every port, and we had to get those letters numbered, because letter number 10 would have come before letter number 6, and then you're wondering where's the continuity gone. But you're right, you know, I mean, it's so important that the right way of using it. And I think one very important factor that people have to realize is the right way to use anything given, because it can really actually take a very nasty turn. Excellent. Thank you, Marius. Can I now ask Belinda for her thoughts, because she's seen it all going wrong?
I have to say, I found this a really difficult question to answer. I thought defining happiness, as Ross said, was almost impossible. It's so subjective. So I'm afraid my response isn't going to be very original. It very much follows what Penelope has said about belonging and what Marius has said about respect. But perhaps more fundamental still, I decided that possibly starting with security, a sense of feeling secure in your life. And as far as seafaring goes, which can be a very dangerous, a very difficult mistrust to live with, I felt that having the trust in your ship owner, that things will be as you expect them to be, as they should be, as they are legally required to be, for example, in line with MLC requirements, salary, food, accommodation. These are all maybe basic things, but they all go to making us feel secure in ourselves. Having fellow trained crew members that are you can trust, officers also. And then also regarding your fellow crew on board, their professional personal behavior. And I kind of decided, I don't know how we define happiness. These things may not make a seafarer sing and dance, I grant you, do cartwheels. But I think a pure sense of security in where you are in your life and where you work, especially in a dangerous environment, then leads on to the other elements that we may come on to discuss later. And I think certainly is in line with the idea of belonging and a sense of respect.
Indeed. Thanks. Thank you, Belinda. And if I think the circle comes now to close this question with Christos.
Yes, I mean, it is always difficult when you're the last to answer the question, because all the replies are so, so valuable and so to the point. I have to combine all, to add also my part as well. I think that happiness on board is a puzzle, that you have to take so many little pieces. Unfortunately, it cannot be done in 100 meters run. It's a marathon. It needs continuous efforts from the ship owner side. I'm talking now as a ship manager. So it needs continuous efforts from the ship owner side in order to maintain the job satisfaction, as I would like to call it, essence on board, and to have people that they feel security, they feel happiness, and they feel gratitude to the fact that they are able to support their families. The key point, though, that we also emphasized during the COVID case, especially because this was the big period that brought us this as a problem in our hands, it was the people offshore that they had zero income. Absolutely. They are still part of your pool. They are still part of your pool. They are your future seafarers that they will come back on board. You are not able to support them, by maintaining them on a schedule because crew changes were not available. So I think that a holistic approach for the entire pool of the seafarers, not only the on board, should be the key in order to provide job satisfaction and happiness related with professional growth in regards to the seafarers. I think Belinda said a very well used a very well phrase, that seafarers as a profession, they have this problem of the insecurity of the future. And when they are on board, at least they can send a paycheck offshore. But when they are ashore waiting for the next employment, this security rises. So I think that I try to combine all and also to add our part as well. Thank you very much, Capt.
You're right. I think you hit the nail on the head, because everybody discusses about the sacrifices made by the people on board during the pandemic. No doubt, definitely. But they all fail to realize the poor chap sitting at home, because our profession is a little funnily synced one. When you're ashore, generally it's just that the coffers run empty and you don't get paid when you're on leave. And these people would have struggled to put food on the table, during those months of indefinite period. I'm sure they would have all been waiting at their doorstep saying, like, just let me get on board at any cost. But unfortunately, that was. And I've been talking to a lot of ship owners now to get feedback, etc. And a lot, the great resignation we talk about, it's happened across all industries, sports sectors, IT, a lot of things. People have just gotten bonkers after COVID, if you know what I mean. They've re-evaluated, they've kind of completely reset, reprogrammed, and this thing. And the same thing. I've seen that a lot of seafarers, especially those who were ashore during the COVID time and couldn't go on board, they went to alternate professions like delivery boys. Like I keep jesting, my wife, I think with Amazon and Shopee, etc., she's literally kept the container industry booming. They're still coming, but although now with the malls and the borders open and people prefer going traveling, like Ross is going to be spending a fortune shopping in Greece over the next few weeks. But now I think a lot of people went to become food delivery boys, and I think Amazon delivery boys and all these kind of things. And now they've realized, they're speaking to them, they've realized that this is far more easier to stay close to my family. I know whatever it is, I'm not stuck on board, or I'm not stuck waiting to go on board, but I could just take things in my hand and kind of it's more manageable. It may not be that much as what I earn on board, but when it evens out, at least there's stability. And it kind of adds that indeed. And you also touched upon families. That's so important, isn't it? I mean, I think one of the most important thing for seafarers, sentimental bunch we are, although we like to give that impression that we are tough nuts, families. And that's so important, that if the families are also kind of in this entire venture together, then the entire journey becomes so much easier for the seafarer. And I'm sure good operators like yourself and a few others are actually taking care of the seafarers in this way, that they have wages throughout the year, and they're giving schooling and other benefits for the families. But good, yeah, thank you. I mean, it's all kind of so nice that it's on the same page. But going forward, we've had some sort of learning black swan events, like you would say, a lot of learning hurdles that were thrown to us in the recent past. I've summed a few. But again, in COVID, I mean, we all operated completely differently, the new norm. We felt like seafarers. I mean, everybody who were dealing with seafarers realized what it was to be like a seafarer, cooped inside a house with just those five faces. Of course, we were pampered to have internet and Netflix and, food delivery coming. A seafarer never had that, and very little work. But at the same time, this has thrown open a lot of challenges. We saw a lot of different kind of situations arising on board, ashore, with management and all that. So the next question, this kind of ticks in, and what do you think were the key factors that have arisen before COVID, after COVID? Do we see something different, a new norm for this as well? And what have we learned? I know I'm kind of meshing a lot into one, but this could be a little healthy discussion. And to follow the same order, if I may, I'd like to go back to Penelope. Sorry, you're on mute, and that was the word of the last 3 years. The most popular line, you're on mute.
Okay, great. Thanks. I like being mute sometimes. It's part of my profession. I have to stay mute and listen most of the time. So it's not very often that I get to talk, in my profession. I listen mostly. So we're, I guess, looking into the risk factors. From what, that was the question.
Yeah,
okay.
what do you think would be the key risks? And I mean, you could also club it by saying that, we had certain amount of risks before COVID. And do you see a change after COVID, a shift? And it'll be interesting to know, I mean, because the goalposts have moved.
Okay, now what I have been noticing, and we're going to do a study on it. I think there is an increase. I've viewed over 6,000 profiles the last 4 or 5 years working with IMEC. Now, what we notice is there is a trend for a little higher anxiety from what we've been noticing. Now, one of the questions that assesses how the assesses level of trust in a lot of ways. And one of the questions on the test that we give out is, I feel that people will take advantage of me if I let them. That's one of the key questions. And what we've observed that pre-pandemic times, that question was not answered often. It was given a 0 point. We roughly estimated that 14% of the people who take the test answered that particular question. I think it was 14, 15%. But post-pandemic, the last 3 years, we've been noticing that 35% of the candidates respond to such questions with a little bit or moderately. That means that trust, which is of course part of safety. How do I feel secure? I feel secure when I feel I can trust. I think that is one of the risk factors we have observed. The rest of the factors we need to look into further, analyze them. But this one, the trust factor, that was what was coming up in all the questionnaires.
So you do feel that somewhere we could have done better. I mean, that's but we as an industry, do they feel that we have not done enough to help them, or there's so much more? There's definitely so much more to be done, because if they all, I think they felt shortchanged somehow, that the industry did not rally enough to help them.
I truly believe that all of us, whether on board or ashore, felt threatened with COVID.
Yes,
our
indeed.
security was more like threatened. Like we felt, okay, what's going to happen? I mean, I don't work on board. I work out of my office, and in a lot of ways, I could maintain part of my job because I could do it online. But it felt a sense of insecurity. What happens next? What's going to happen? I think that, of course, if you were stuck on board, that would have been a worst case scenario than it was for me personally,
Right.
or people working ashore. I think that I'm sure that it isn't just the maritime industry that was not prepared for this pandemic. I think the entire world was not prepared. And of course, I could not say, I think that a lot of the companies that we work with, the people that we talk to, most of the companies, the ship owning companies, they tried very hard to accommodate, despite the regulations, the strict, the lockdowns. People were stuck on the vessels for a long time. They couldn't be repatriated. So I think that we all tried our best in a lot of ways.
Indeed. Very positive. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Penelope. Yeah, very positive. Roth, coming to you now, what have you seen and what do you think has shifted?
Well, firstly, I'm just going to comment on what Penelope said there as well, because as everyone was aware, there was some unique challenges with crew changes. Absolutely. And from what we saw, a lot of our members were trying to do the right thing, to do the moral thing, but actually it was becoming quite difficult. And I think, as Penelope said there, a lot of states felt threatened. Now, that wasn't the best thing for the shipping industry because, for example, we saw several vessels set sail when the COVID restrictions in their country of destination was relatively relaxed. I'm talking towards the end of the kind of the kind of end of the pandemic, and actually 2 or 3 days before, the states changed the laws, they changed the regulations, and that meant that seafarers, if I can use the word, penalised. Essentially, they couldn't go home. So that then impacts on their emotional state, their mental state, to say, well, actually, I've been on board for however long. I want to see my family and friends. And actually, there have been a number of things that the pandemic has brought to light. And just quickly, if I may, although we had started to kind of make inroads into mental health prior to the pandemic, I think in a similar vein with the technological revolution that you're seeing going on in the shipping industry, both mental and technology have been accelerated due to the pandemic. And I think if I can finish on a positive, it would be the pandemic, as awful as it was, absolutely. The positives that we take away from it is the fact that our understanding has developed, but as our understanding has developed, so too must the support structures for seafarers. They must similarly develop. And as our understanding further increases, it will be a continually dynamic and rolling process to do that. And it's not something, as I think Christos said, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint, and it's going to take time to obviously do. So I don't think that quite answers your question, but it was just to jump on the back of what Penelope said there.
No, it does actually, because I mean, if we all had the short answers, we would be out solving the problems of the world and not exactly brainstorming here. So I completely, I'm with you on this. Coming now to Marios, how did you see this, Marios, the shift?
I think that Penelope and Ross duly covered the topic. From my side, I want to highlight two things. As Christos already stated, the pressure during COVID, it was both ways. It was both from the onboard crew and from the crew ashore. So it was a very tricky period for all of us, and especially for the seamen that were stuck on board, let's say. I believe that all of us were affected during COVID. As Penelope correctly stated, we all faced risks, we all faced issues that with our health, that we might get COVID in the first, let's say, wave. So imagine being on board and feeling insecure or feeling that you cannot sign off from a very convenient port like Singapore. So taking into consideration all those factors, I believe that in general, the maritime industry responded fast, and the measures that were taken were quite sufficient. I cannot say that they were all in good order, but protocols were created and initiated fast. So they enabled the crew changes even in difficult ports, in difficult parts of the world that in the past we never met. So in general, I think that the result is positive. Despite the difficulties, it was a very concentrated information. It was they were very 2.5 pretty difficult years, but the final outcome was positive.
Great stuff. Thank you, Marios. And quickly moving to Belinda on that. Any thoughts?
I'm going to echo the comments that have already been made about mental welfare. I think if one thing has come out of the pandemic, as Ross said, the acceleration of our attention to that is one positive aspect. It does take time and effort for attitudes to change, so it'll continue to be an uphill struggle. And the trick, I think, is for us to not forget about the pandemic or to forget about the mental stresses that are at sea, but to continue with really pushing mental welfare as being important as physical welfare. The other thing I'm going to mention briefly, and it may be slightly more controversial, as somebody who handled lots of crew claims where we weren't able to appropriately or promptly disembark crew who were suffering from illnesses or injuries, and it became very challenging. We had to go on diversions to get them into a more friendly port, if you like. And in some cases, their condition was perhaps permanently affected as a result of not being able to get timely treatment. Out of all these cases, we had very, very many of these cases, but out of all these cases, we did come across quite a few incidents where the illnesses were made worse by the crew not having had an effective PEMI. So they had come on board with conditions which the PEMI said weren't existent, but clearly were there. And or were not taking medication that was prescribed to them to help combat existing illnesses, as well as general healthy lifestyle factors. Often these things we can't do anything about, but certainly I do think that paying due respect to medical advice is important. Having robust PEMIs, it's not taking away a crew's opportunity to go to sea. It's perhaps giving them the means as to how they can do it safely. And in some cases, perhaps it is appropriate for them to remain at home, because ultimately, when you're at sea, you can be days, and of course, during the pandemic, weeks away from medical care. And really, your life is just not worth it. And we saw that becoming a much more serious factor.
Indeed, I completely I agree with you, because I had the PME for the Shipowners Club as well, and this is the entire drive. And there were lots that could have been avoided, but people managed to find their way on board without proper detection, and then it becomes not only stressful for the person who's undergoing the illness, but all the people around it handling that illness as
And
well.
their families back home. Yeah.
And their families back home. I think even the claims teams, everybody who's involved in this are just praying that he or she kind of get off the ship safely, and something that could have been avoided right at the onset. Superb. Yeah. And Christos, coming to you on this, have you seen anything different from what has already been?
Please allow me to start with a comment that a separate panel should be arranged for the PEME chapter. I mean, maybe a few days would take, so we can scratch the surface of that. PEME it is always a struggle for the ship owner side, and definitely for the clubs, and I think for everybody involved in the business. What things have changed? I think that we live now in a total different era. In order to make a popular statement, so we can use it around, I think that the industry has proven resilient. We have found ways, we have deviated the vessels, we have managed the supply chains to maintain active without the support of key factors, even countries. They were gladly receiving our cargoes or sending out their cargoes, but they didn't accept our seafarers to be exchanged there. We had the paradox. I think most of the companies faced that at the beginning. When the actually pandemic was initiated, at least our seafarers liked to remain on board, because on board the vessel, it was a safe environment, a controlled environment. To the contrary to what we faced here in the cities, where we are all terrified. Of course, this in the period of time changed. Everybody wanted to disembark and go to see their families and loved ones. But we as an industry, shipping as an industry, we have found ways to facilitate and to maintain the supply chain active, despite the difficulties and the unpredictable and unknown without precedents of a similar situation, at least to the modern times. Many lessons have been taught. I think that we will have the opportunity to discuss in a later. I don't want to waste all the time, so we will discuss at a later stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christos. Yes, indeed. And I think now we've spent a lot of time discussing on what's happened now. Let's talk of what are we going to think? What is that wow thing that we could do now to kind of make that change? If we all had that one genie in the bottle to grant us that wish to make all the problems go away. I can see Ross frowning. Said, I've already told you in the beginning, there are so many multitude of things, there's not that. But if you had to choose one, if you think there was something that we could really make that difference by doing, Penelope, what would you think that, what wand would you wave? And before I tell you you're on mute, what do you think we could really kind of make that difference? Any ideas?
I know it's going to sound very psychological.
No,
but I think
all matters.
I saw that question there on the paper, on the agenda, and I loved it. It said collaboration is the new fuel. How can the industry best collaborate and support crew welfare? What is your advice? And I just love that word, collaboration, because I do believe that this is one of the biggest lessons that we learn, is that if we stick together, and if we collaborate, and if we connect with each other, we can become stronger and more resilient. And I'm sorry, one of my co-speakers here said, and I think that is the most important, is to learn to listen, to understand, and to process. A lot of times we think we listen, but we don't actively listen. So when we're seeking to collaborate, to work between the company, the ship owners, the industry, the regulatory bodies, the seafarers, the managers back in the office, we need to collaborate. And I think very nicely, Mr. Christos Sialakoumas mentioned that you all had to work together in order to make this, to deal with whatever problems were coming up, whether they were stranded, being repatriated, or facing medical issues. I think collaboration, listening and processing, those are the two key.
And I mean, if I could just kind of dig a little more when you say listening, I think in a world of how to reach out more to seafarers, I think getting feedback and acting on that would also contribute to that, because we always try to fix things and it's like, oh, mental well-being, you'll do yoga. I hate yoga. I mean, I'd like to go and do some boxing. I'd like to go and punch some people. But one size doesn't fit all.
I think that we need to understand what are the needs. And I think one of the focus groups tomorrow where I present is the intergenerational and the intercultural gaps that there are.
Right.
We need to be able to, I think, become more diversified, more inclusive, respect individual. And I'm talking the cultural needs, the generational needs, because if the maritime industry is interested in becoming attractive to the younger generations, then we need to think what factors are there that we can provide.
Indeed. Right. Thank you. Thank you, Penelope. Coming back to Ross. Coming back to Ross. Ross, what would you kind of ask your genie to give you?
Well, it's quite interesting from what Penelope just said there, because when I was preparing my remarks for this conference, my daughter, who's 7, came in and she said to me, she said, "What did you and Mummy do when you were at sea?" And I said, "Well, Mummy and Daddy actually wrote to each other," just on your point about writing letters to. So that's what we did, and we were lucky if we got a phone call, an hour's phone call every week. And my daughter turned to me and she looked quite puzzled and she said, "Well, why didn't you just use FaceTime?" And that kind of anecdotal kind of story, it does lead to the kind of the younger generation. They do expect a certain, the expectations of living standards are different to older people who have been at sea, in days gone by. And even my expectations were different to people who were, by me. But I suppose if I could wave a wand, and I think I need to be very careful with this actually, because I am a big advocate of connectivity, communications equipment and things like that, because with it, you have the ability to obviously talk to people, you can connect with the world, but obviously being on ships, it can be a double-edged sword with people potentially locking themselves in the cabin. So I think if it's responsibly used, I think it's a wonderful thing. And again, it's a wonderful thing because of that social interaction, being able to actually live and breathe events with your family, but also in addition to other things like the mental health support systems that we see, you can physically get online assistance with clinical psychologists, mental health resources, training. There are so many benefits to that connectivity have an impact into the welfare on board. But and I would just say the but at the end, it does need to be kind of managed responsibly. Whether that's on board or ashore, I have got no idea. But I think that would be a fantastic tool to improve welfare and that feeling of value, because I think a lot of people think that, well, if a shipping company is potentially going to give them affordable or free internet, then that's a way of valuing them because they have access to these, as I said, training solutions, psychological mental help, physical mental help. I mean, if the connectivity is good enough, you can have a peloton on board, and that's obviously just an extreme example, but I think the point is made.
Right, interesting. Thank you, Ross. Moving over to Marios. Your thoughts, Marios?
I think it combines what Penelope and Ross stated is a matter of continuous dialogue and feedback that we need to give and to get to our seafarers, and also a matter of collaboration between companies. Collaboration between companies consists of sharing some best practices, let's say, that are identified through their forums, through their review meetings. So the best practices and all the positive aspects that are being identified, it's good to share between us because it will help all the industry across. From my side, these are the very important matters. Technology, as already Mr. Ross mentioned, is a weapon on our hands, and it should be treated like an advantage and use it this way in order not to be disadvantaged. We can discuss, we can come closer to our friends, to our family, and use the technology on a positive side.
I think that's really, I mean, the word you've used is so powerful, weapon, you know, and a weapon can go either way. It could be used to protect, but if in the right hands, and it could be used to harm, you know, it's a really, I've never thought of that. Well played. I mean, that's really a good word actually to describe it. Yeah.
And we are facing it, if I not say daily, we face it weekly, let's say, because we have cases that through social media or some pictures taken from the vessels, they are helping us, or on the other side, some
if you learn from the internet or from TikTok that something happened on board your vessel.
It's the most active tool.
I know, I can see Belinda smiling because that's the problem, and you know something's running into each other, and you know something's happening, and already something's happened on a vessel. Really? Yeah, look on TikTok. Oh gosh. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Marios. I think that's really great. Coming to Belinda.
I must admit to having never been on TikTok. I have children, they tell me about it. No, I agree with Ross. Communication and connectivity is very important. But I do think, as he highlighted, as did Marios, there are downsides that we don't always fully understand. The use of social media can have very negative impacts. Isolation when people don't connect with those on board because they're so busy living in a virtual world, whether it's with their family who exist or a whole different world that doesn't. And the other thing we do see sometimes are difficulty in knowing how to communicate with family back home. When you were just writing letters, I don't know how much of detail you went into with every single thing happened in your lives. But we hear stories about crew saying, you know, the wife messaged them saying something had happened, and probably within 24 hours that particular thing had been resolved. But that hadn't necessarily been communicated because they hadn't bothered to get back onto so the crew members there, completely incapable of doing anything about it, but now worrying perhaps needlessly about what's going on at home. So I think giving guidance to everybody as how you use the internet, how long you spend on it, how much you sort of should also socialize with those on board and not just be communicating with those that aren't, but also thinking about what you say to each other, to those that are ashore and at sea, to be kind of moderate perhaps in your approach to things, so as not just to unduly concern things and cause actually greater stress rather than less, because now you know everything that's happening at home, but you're completely impotent to do anything about it.
Absolutely. Too much of information is also not very helpful at times. You cannot unsee things. You'd rather not know them. And this dives in because I think there are a lot of calls for white papers now, revision of the STCW convention, and I wonder whether a course on the proper use of responsible and reliable use of internet and associated information could well be in the pipeline. Watch the space. Thank you, Belinda. And coming to Christos.
So, Captain Harry, if I had your genie, first of all, I would ask some more wishes because one is not enough.
I know, right?
But
I mean,
since but since I don't think this is an option, I have to recognize that as an industry, again, we haven't managed so well with the millennials. I mean, we are lacking a lot of seafarers that they belong in this group age. We are lacking a lot of officers, thousands, others say hundreds of thousands. So what I would like to have from the genie is a way in order to attract at least a Generation Z. And in order to have this, I would add just a small more request. One more request. It's not just to have people isolated, because the Generation Z is social media users. They are totally in the internet. They are totally isolated. They handle alone. They have a different approach of the small community and the strong community the seafarers should make while on board. We cannot At least I wouldn't like to describe the vessel as a paradise environment. It has difficulties. It still remains isolated from land most of the time, especially nowadays with many vetting, many port state controls, very short stays at ports. It is a challenging environment. It's a difficult environment for every human being. And we have to make the teams go stronger on board. Don't have the solution to this problem. I would like the genie please to come to bring it to me. But I think this is where we need to focus in the future. We need to make the teams on board stronger while attracting people that they are on different status of society, let's say.
Yeah.
Especially with COVID, we lost many capable seafarers, as you very well said in the beginning. They diverted to different occupations. They became welders, they became builders, they became delivery people. So now we have to find ways to attract the new generation in order to bring them on board. We're going to have a very serious problem with the rate of the growing fleets around the globe. Thank you.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, because I think we are not able to attract the right talent because probably we are missing a trick in what we are pitching it at our level. And probably that's not very appealing to the generation that's actually planning to go on board and start it as a career. Interesting point. Yes.
Salaries are not enough for the seafarers nowadays. As well, I think they can go even higher and higher, but salaries is not the only motivation that we can attract people. We have to find other ways. This is our obligation against our future for the time being, at least.
Indeed. Yeah, I think the genie's got a lot of work to do. Thank you, Christos. We've got 2 more minutes before I also have to sum up. So very quickly, I'm going to ask you all that on the occasion, on the day of the Seafarer on June 25th, what is your key message to the industry, starting with Penelope?
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. Then again, I'm into working, with each other, not against each other. And I would say build healthy relationships based on trust, care, and compassion. We need, to care for each other and figure ways out to connect. And it's not one-sided. It's not just the companies taking care of the seafarers. It's also the seafarers feeling proud and feeling good about their work. So
Right.
I think, it's a mutual relationship based on trust, care, and compassion.
Excellent. Thank you, Penelope. And Ross, your thoughts for this?
I would always say that we celebrate our seafarers with respect and pride. My message would be to everybody, not just to the industry stakeholders and our seafarers, but it revolves around an elemental reality that seafarers are the lifeblood of global trade and the world economy. All states are dependent on them, and they've been dependent on them for every day, week, month, year, to transport those pivotal cargoes all around the world at a moment's notice. So to the seafarers, I think they're heroes, and I am proud to have been once among their ranks. The perseverance, ability, and dedication have been inspiring. So I simply say thank you.
Glad you kept it short, mate. I would have started crying right now. I mean, that was very inspiring. I mean, I feel exactly that way. Especially, I mean, during the COVID, they were the main guys. Like, if we had magnums in our freezers, it was because of them. If we had fruit on our table, it was because of them. When I could safely say, with no pun intended, when airways were grounded and everything at a grinding halt, they were the guys who kind of pulled the punches over there and kept the world ticking, I would say. So yeah, hats off to them. Coming over to Mario, your key message?
Yeah, working closely with seafarers daily, we have a bit sensitive relationship with them, so we want them to know that they feel appreciated. They are doing a job which is highly appreciated, and they deserve to be treated like this. Their importance was even highlighted during last 2 years. Everybody understood how important role they are playing in the whole world, let's say, moving cargoes, moving energy, all those things. So it's really important to show them this respect and to feel it on a real time. They are the backbone of the shipping industry, so they should be treated like this. This is what I want to highlight, and we should all try, as Christos correctly stated previously, to improve the environment that they are working, because they are living and working in the same environment. So it's very tricky to disconnect one thing from the other, and it's very important for them to make their stay on board as much happier as possible, and enabling them to further develop their potential and go back to their families safe and better.
Yeah, if everything was great with us and we look forward to going into work every day, our productivity would be so much better, isn't it? It's all about sustainability on the social part of the ESG, indeed. Coming to Belinda, your key message.
I was going to say, following on from what you said, Captain Harry, when I first started in the industry, I worked with a guy who had come ashore after working as a master at sea for a couple of decades. His wife was a head teacher and at a junior school, so it's young children. And every year he would go in and speak to one of the younger classes about career at sea. We're talking about young children. They weren't about to actually go and enroll in maritime colleges. It's quite a dry subject for 7-year-olds. So the way that he would demonstrate it was having them all sitting on the floor and saying, so inside your jumper, where does it say that was made? Your lunch boxes, where did that banana come from? Your pencil case, was that created in China? And before he knew it, the whole sort of school floor would be full of all this absolute mess that he would be in trouble for with his wife later. But it made the point when he would say, me, my colleagues, they enabled this to happen. They brought all these things to you. And I think that's quite a simple way of demonstrating what a life at sea is about. Seafarers make all the difference between a disaster waiting to happen or an enormously successful, happy ship. We absolutely should have them as our heroes. I agree with Ross on that stage. And I think that sometimes when we're looking at the bottom line, ship owners don't perhaps take quite enough interest, not in just the obvious things, salary and so on, but thinking a little bit more out of the box about how to recruit, retain, and keep the career interesting. Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks, Belinda. Great. I think that's a great point in trying to show everybody the importance of shipping, point out and kind of mess up the flow and say all this comes from us. Great, thank you. And to come now to Christos, your thoughts. You frightened my genie away. Your key message, please.
Yeah, I mean, I have a last request to do, not from the genie, from the relevant legislations. So, as an industry, we have recognized the key role of the seafarers they play, but we still see some governments that they deny to do so. And I would really kindly request from all the parties involved is to recognize the key role of the seafarers. Maybe I don't expect any other pandemic for my future career, at least, but you never know. I didn't expect the first one. Correct, Captain. Yes.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed. So I think that they should be recognized the key role of the seafarer as a part of this chain. And I'm going to close this with a quote that I have found very recently. Most probably of you know it, but I think it's very important that without seafarers, half of the world would starve, while the other half would freeze. So I hope that we're not going to face again the same similar situations in the future. And I certainly hope that the industry will evolve to a way to attract new seafarers, to attract new people to come, new ideas, and to find solutions to try to assist the seafarers well on board in all the problems they have. Thank you so much.
Superb. Very, very good. Thank you, Christoph. And that brings us to our end of this session. I think we really had very little time. We could have, like Captain America said, we could do this all day and we would still be like gunning. So thank you very much to all our viewers, to our lovely panel for your thoughts. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. You all know where to find us. Just write into Safety for Sea if you have any burning questions or any ideas, and we'd be more than happy to get back to you through the event team. So thank you, everybody, and have a great morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. And remember, seafarers are our key important people. Let's make their lives better. Thank you all. See you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.